Dare to dance with us in our effort to unmask childhood cancer. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable Dare to Dream event.
Why leave masquerades in the past? Up next, Kaylee Felio is here to explain to us all about parts obsolescence.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It is a great honor to welcome back Kaylee Felio, who is the Sales and Marketing Manager at PartsEdge. Kelly, welcome back to the conference.
Thanks for having me. This is a great event, and I'm really happy to be here. We're
really happy to have you. You've got an amazing panel at this event too. We're really talking about a lot of new things that are happening in parts. There's a whole new aura coming, and of course there's some important things we need to address, which you're going to help us do today. But really excited about all you got going, Kaylee. And I hear and I see PartsEdge everywhere now when I look online. So congratulations to you.
Thank you. It's getting out there more, but I'm also think that dealers are looking at their parts department a little bit differently than they did a few years ago. So I really think that's a part of a lot of the, maybe seeing PartsEdge more or everything. So.
Yeah. Well, hey, you're keeping us focused and keeping us grounded. What are we going to talk about today?
So today I want to talk about the trend of obsolescence.
Okay. Well, you know what? That's a topic that's come up, but I think you're going to get into some depth on it. And I think we're ready to hear about that, Kaylee. So
thank you. Yeah, I'm really excited. A lot of times obsolescence gets brought up and there's this constant battle of let's get rid of it. How do we get rid of it? But I'm going to take you guys a step back and look at the domino effect of obsolescence, basically the trend of obsolescence. So we all know the parts and service department is responsible for, I think, even more than half of dealership gross profits, right? It's a $1 billion industry. 75 billion of that is sales of parts. So it's a big deal. Parts and service is a big opportunity and is one of the second largest capital investments behind used cars.
Mm-hmm.
And so, although this has changed, it's often found that, parts departments are underfunded, undersupported, understaffed, and then they're also blamed for things not happening. So we're going to change that. We're going to talk about the mindset, the shift. How can we change that within our parts departments? And I think the number one thing is look at your processes, invest in tools and support, ongoing education. Historically, we've always let parts managers just kind of learn on the job, which that's how we're supposed to learn, but we also should invest in their education to really learn about, inventory management, how to be a parts man or how to be a manager. So they can shift their thinking from reactive to proactive. Because that's what happens. We get stuck in the day-to-day and we react to everything and we don't have time to look at things in what did we talk in our panel today where it was, how can we look at things so that the parts manager can look at it as their own business rather than in the day-to-day.
You had a couple parts managers saying it's like three businesses in one. It's the retail, they got the wholesale, and now they've got the online, Kaylee. And that's really an exciting new dawn in parts, because I think you're going to see an explosion in the way parts are sold and the way that they're offered and the way they're marketed. So, this is the right time to be talking about this because we got to get our house in order, right? Like you're saying, to be able to move forward.
Exactly. Because now that we have these three separate departments, we need to make sure there's processes in place to support each department so that they can be successful. Like we've always said, you're either in wholesale or you're not. That's the same thing with online sales. You're either in or you're not, and you need to, develop the training and support to be able to be in it, because that's where we're going, right? All right, so then we're going to get into obsolescence. So obsolescence that sits at 18% or higher, and it continues to come back. That's a huge red flag. At PartsEdge, our goal is always 0%. And I've seen it with parts managers. It takes really working hard to get it and maintain it at a low percentage. But if it's sitting at 18% or higher, that's a red flag. What is going on? Why is this obsolescence happening? Why do you continue to have it? I also want to take another step back, and obsolescence is tracked differently. But overall, I think as an industry, 12 months, 13 months or higher, that's an obsolete part, right? So I want to make sure we all know what obsolescence, how we identify it.
Absolutely.
And then, so the sources, this is the domino effect. So we start with excess inventory. So excess is defined as a part that is on hand, that has an on-hand quantity that exceeds your calculated best stocking level. These parts can become hidden because they are parts that are selling, but your DMS said you needed 5, but you have 10. So those extra 5 are in excess, which can, even though they're selling, you have more than you need, and it can trickle down into the next category of leading to obsolescence. So it's really important to track this category of your inventory so that it doesn't get out of hand. Then we have forced stock. This is the number one reason for obsolescence. And we talked about this today too, where special orders, parts that your DMS said you didn't need, and you have it. So these parts can typically make up between 30 to 50% of your on-hand value. That's a large percentage of parts that you have on hand that you ordered that your DMS said you shouldn't have. We do need special orders, right? We do need to be able to order those to basically, assess whether or not you need to stock that part. But gaining control over this category is very important in your process, because it's not just, over ordering by technicians, returns from wholesale customers, and now even online sales if you do allow returns. Manufacturer programs, that can be a huge lead into forced stock. And, order error, you have a new parts counter person. It happens. It's part of the business. But if you're not tracking it, again, it's going to lead into obsolescence.
In fact, even the great parts leaders on your panel at this event, Kaylee, all of them talked about different parts of this forced stock, and they all recognized it. And you know what? It's a huge part of everybody's business. So
Yeah, it's part of business, right? You have to have forced stock to know what you need to stock. But if you just kind of let it be there and just kind of not track it and just let it sit and say it's going to figure out itself, it's not going to. And so that's what they were talking about with the process to, really control it, your special order process. And then this is technical obsolescence. So it's a term that we adopted early on, and it's the parts with no sales or receipts in a 7 to 12 month period. So these parts have a 95% chance of selling, and they're headed towards obsolescence. So these are really what you need to track. And we have a great ebook on this, actually, that you can do some calculation to be able to, basically see what you have coming at you in obsolescence. So basically you take all the parts in the 7 to 12 month category, divide it by 6, because that's a 6 month period. That's your average of what's going to come at you and to go into the next category of obsolescence. So if you're not accruing or have a return allowance of, let's say, 5,000 or more, because maybe that's what the calculation equals to, then your obsolescence is going to grow by 5,000. So this is a great category to really help forecast and control your obsolescence moving forward. Okay, that was a lot in one sentence. And then the next thing we talk about is finding a happy balance, because these are a lot of categories. This is a lot of information, a lot of data, but finding a happy balance of healthy amount of obsolescence. When you have a new parts manager come in and they're taking over a lot of obsolescence, it's, as a leader, it's your job to make sure that they're set up to be able to get that to a more controllable amount. Because coming into that, nightmare or headache is overwhelming, because that's not just one of the headaches that they're going to have to deal with. So just finding a happy balance of what obsolescence is a healthy amount for your dealership.
Mhm.
And then we talk about just the most issues that parts and service comes is the lack of being proactive. I think I mentioned it before, where they're so stuck in the day-to-day where they're not given the tools or the data to be able to treat it as their business, to be more proactive. How can we grow a business? What categories do we need to look at in inventory to make better decisions? So this is the most important thing, is giving your team the tools to be more proactive. And I think I'll get a bonus point for saying proactive again. A lot. Okay, so then we're exploring the possibilities. So investing in your team, you can have more sales because you have more of the right parts by looking at these categories of your inventory and controlling them better, and not wasting your time on constantly trying to get rid of obsolescence. That's pretty much the main thing with that one. And then that's it. Thank you.
So Kaylee, part of what you do at PartsEdge, you help dealers understand obsolescence. I know you've got white papers on it, but you really help improve these processes to, avoid this and to help dealers work through it.
Yeah, we do. We show parts managers and dealers their true data and really how their inventory health is and how we can improve. And we actually help the parts managers with those improvements rather than just saying, here you go, good luck. We're like working with the parts manager to really like figure out what needs to happen within the DMS. The goal is always the same, producing a better inventory, but each parts manager's needs are different. Their levels are different, their experience is different. So that's my job, is really assessing, okay, where are they at? What do they actually need? But again, the goal is always the same, producing the most profitable inventory.
Kaylee Felio, everybody, is easy to reach. Her company, PartsEdge.com. You can check them out online. Her email is here, Kaylee.Felio@PartsEdge.com. And might be even easier to connect with her on LinkedIn. She's on LinkedIn every day, and she's always posting and is a great advocate and a great friend of the fixed ops community. And Kaylee, we're very grateful to you in opening our eyes to a lot of new possibilities in parts. Love what you've done here and love the panel at this event. And I want to wish you and your family a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Well.
Thanks. It was great to be able to share that. So I appreciate it, and happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Hey, we enjoyed it so much. Kaylee, thank you for all you do for our industry. Kaylee Felio, everybody, from PartsEdge, here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
Obsessed with creating the perfect inventory? Us too. PartsEdge gives you the tools you need to outpace the competition and provide the highest level of service to your customers. PartsEdge is a powerful tool for parts managers to get the job done faster. Imagine what it was like when the impact wrench arrived. It made mechanics 3 times faster. Getting the job done without the latest technology makes it difficult to keep up. Besides all the other responsibilities you have, you work hard to have all the right parts you need when you need them. PartsEdge was designed by parts people for parts people to make that job a lot easier. PartsEdge saves you 4 to 6 hours every week and can increase your sales by 10 to 20% in just 12 months. Not bad for your bottom line. Take your obsession to perfection with PartsEdge. Call us today to find out what PartsEdge can do for you.
Next up, we've got the terrific trio, Shawn Butler, Darryl Terrell, and Michael Moore on the Growing Your Technicians panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. The three gentlemen on the screen will be no surprise to the viewers of Fixed Ops. They are Darryl Terrell from Mike Bauer's Chevrolet Metairie. They are Shawn Butler. Shawn Butler from Bristol Honda and Acura and Mazda. Michael Moore. And these gentlemen are leading the charge in terms of dealership culture and attracting and retaining talent. So, gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you for having me, Ted. Thank you for having
Thanks,
me.
Ted. Happy to be here.
Thank you, Ted. Good to see you.
You guys got a lot of attention, so you got your own segment now at the roundtable. So congratulations. And I want to start the conversation off. And Darryl, I'm going to come to you if I can first. Talk to us a little bit about some of the challenges that you're facing in attracting and hiring talent with the various roles in the dealership, especially technicians, Darryl.
Some of the challenges that I experienced early on in my management career was I went out and I looked for the top of the line technicians, the top of the line service advisors, and you make them an offer and then their dealership matches it and then they stay, So I had a hard time, pulling the top talent from other dealerships. So what I did to adjust and how I adjusted and pivoted my game plan was I grew from within. I started growing my own people, growing my own technicians, and growing my own advisors. So pretty much that's what I did because, the struggles of, landing a master technician or landing a, top of line service advisor. And so you just train, you grow from within, and they do, and they perform the job the way you want it to be performed.
With all the talk about going out and getting that big talent, what you're talking about is so true, Darryl. I remember Ed Roberts did a big segment in Fixed Ops magazine about growing your own. So, Darryl, a lot to be said for that. Michael, what about you?
Pretty much the same, man. Just as you get into the role and you're trying to get that talent, you come to realize real quick that trying to recruit the top from other dealers really doesn't work. Because when you get in the master tech, if they let that guy go, normally there's a reason why they letting him go. Same with the advisors. So the biggest thing is really just trying to figure out how to grow your own, coming up with some training programs, a lot of times, especially for like the advisors, and figuring out a technician career path for the techs. So I figured I had to build that. I built basically a tech career path from express level 1 all the way up to senior master tech. And I had to put in there the training and all that stuff that they had to have. So just growing your own and figuring out a way to get people up through the ranks properly, not trying to fast track them, but getting them there properly. So when they get there, you don't really have to have the issues of someone being in a position that they're not ready for. That's the biggest thing.
And Michael, you mentioned that career path. You were a technician, maybe not all that long ago, right, in your career. Mm-hmm. How important is that to have, Michael, that career path for the?
It's super important. I was out at a career college not long ago, and the first thing a lot of the kids asked was, how long before I can make 6 figures? How long before I'm here? How long before I'm there? So I literally had it written out, handed to them. Hey, your first year you're going to make this. But within 5 years, you'll be at 120 grand if you go through it and, go through the career path correctly and to get your training, get your experience under your belt, and you're able to be, basically 110% efficient. This is what you'll make. If you're 100% efficient, this is what you'll make. And, that was one of the things that they wanted to know. Because it's competitive. Every dealer has something that they're trying to get technicians. And a lot of these young guys, they want to know where they'll be in 5 years. Hey, where would I be in 2 years? Where would I be in 3 years? So that's super huge. And being an ex-tech, that was one of the things that I appreciated. The dealer that I worked in one dealership as a tech really over a 16-year period. And that was the thing, right? I always knew what I had to do to get to the next step. I knew I had to take these Infinity classes. I knew I had to learn how to do this. And from there, I would get a raise or I would get another notch under my belt to kind of get me to where I was trying to go. So just being transparent is super important.
And Darryl, even though you're growing from within, you got to start somewhere. And like Michael's talking about the technical and the career colleges, is that part of your strategy as well? And I think our audience likes a lot of the stuff that they're hearing.
Yes, that's a huge part of the strategy. I actually I participate in the ASEP program where Chevy, they send out some of our students to school, and I employ them 3 days out of the week, and then they go to school 2 days during the week. So when they with me, they get a chance to actually come in and mentor with some of the master technicians, even mentor with some of the young technicians, because some of the young technicians they can relate to, and it works out pretty good. So far I have 2 students, and they're doing pretty good, and they're going along well in the program.
Well, Shawn, we're talking about growing your own and providing that career path. What about for you?
I'm in total agreement with these 2 gentlemen. I've tried to hire outside in the past, previous places, and I've seen some of my bosses throw some big money out there for hiring bonuses and moving, and either they quit after a year or they say they're coming and they don't come. The most proven method is to create a culture and environment where people want to come to work for you. I was talking to Darryl this morning. He got 3 technicians want to come to work for him. He even got a place to put them. That's a kind of good problem to have. And then when myself, I started an apprenticeship program here with the Umansky organization in the various shops. And I've already graduated one guy out of the Honda shop, another one getting ready to come through the Acura shop, and I'm starting the next one. We're not a big enough shop to have 2 or 3 guys going at once, but we, that's the way to get it. And we work with Northeast Tech here in East Tennessee. It's a 2-year technical college. Like 4 of my people that work for me at the Honda store came out of that 2-year program. And today, we're doing great things. And we've actually hired our first female technician, I believe, ever in the Umansky group. I've hired multiple ones over the years, but it's going to be the first one for this organization. And she's doing a great job.
It's amazing. Like you say, you can put all the incentives you want out there, but, if people come, they may not stick, right? And, there really is no magic bullet. You've got to really rely on growing your own. And like you said, Shawn, creating that culture inside the dealership that they want to work there.
Well, the transparency is the key for us, right? I invite anybody that comes by here to walk to the shop and go have conversations with the technician. I don't even go with them. I'm like, just go, say, hey, how you doing? Do you like it here? Or somebody calls in, I'm like, so-and-so, so-and-so, give them a call, see what they think, and most people say, hey, if you can get on here, come on.
Michael, we hear about a lot of things out there, with technicians, but really, it's technicians and their word of mouth, because technicians know, what's a good place to work, and they talk to each other. And, the fact, like Shawn is saying right now, being transparent. And one of the people who was on the roundtable earlier was a technician, and he said a red flag for him was when technicians are not allowed to talk to other technicians. And I think you could relate to that as well.
Yep. So the biggest thing is, honestly, it's almost like when you have like a lot of dealers, they talk about making customers advocates and things of that nature. But in the fixed department, my biggest recruiters are the current employees. So I can give a couple of honestly, quite a few examples of that. But normally, especially in the shop, if you go somewhere and it was mismanaged for years and you got a couple guys that just hung around because they've been there for a while, and you come in there and you change the culture, and all of a sudden it's a good place to work. All of a sudden, everybody that quit, they still talk to them. And then those guys are in other shops. So they're telling their people, I'm going back to wherever to this dealership, and it's changed, and the manager is this and the culture is that. And so next thing you know, you're getting people back that you may want back. But ultimately, the shops that you do hire from, I mean, a lot of times those techs become your biggest advocate. And a lot of times they bring 1 or 2 with them. The last big round of tech hirings I did, I literally hired like 8 techs within a couple of weeks span. And 2 of them really brought guys with them. I interviewed one kid. He was like, I liked him. We talked. interviewed him twice. He came back a second time to make sure that it was a good fit for him, and it was. So then after I hired him, on his way out, he said, "Y'all have a referral program?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "How much?" I told him, and he go, "Well, my cousin's a technician. He'll be here today. He'll probably be here today. He's looking for a job." And literally 30 minutes later, the kid was walking through the door, ready to interview, ready to go. So, and once they started, I ended up getting in front of another couple of technicians once I hired those techs, because when they come in and they see, hey, it's a good place to work. And a lot of times it comes down to leadership. I will say that, a lot of techs, they come from shops, and a lot of shops have poor leadership. So when they, being a tech at heart, I know what a tech, what they look for and things of that nature. So when they come in a strong leadership, management's taking care of them, they got solid advisors. I mean, they're going to tell the guys at the last shop, hey, man, this guy's pretty good. He takes care of us. They have this in place. This is what we have going on. And next thing you know, these guys are your biggest advocates. Those people that have been there for years and it was terrible or not that good, all of a sudden these people become the champions of your cause, for lack of a better term.
Darryl, Shawn mentioned that you've got techs who want to come work, and they're gonna have to earn a spot somehow on your team. Look at the things and listening to some things that Michael is talking about here. The leadership that you three gentlemen exemplify in our industry is well known and growing. Darryl, talk to us a little bit about that. What are some of the little things that you're doing you think that are rubbing off on your team that are getting this great word of mouth?
So one of the main things that I do is I have conversation with my technicians in the shop, and I really read my technicians. So when a technician, or just in general, a person, when you ask them how their day is going, they're gonna tell you a general answer. They're gonna say, "I'm doing okay," but you gotta peel back that layer and really get deep into a conversation. And I know what's going on with my guys. I know when a guy have an issue, a personal issue, I can relate to it. I know when a guy got beat on a warranty job and it paid, say, 3 hours, but it took him 7 hours. And I can relate to that as well. So I think I just create a close relationship with all of my technicians in the shop. And at the same time, man, we're all here to do a job, and I hold them accountable. And at the end of the day, I teach them how to win, man, how to, some jobs you'll lose on, some jobs you'll win on. And I teach them just to keep moving forward and take the good with the bad. And at the end of the day, it's all going to work out and you're going to win.
Wow. Shawn, I'm hearing some great things. How about for you there at your stores?
Well, I think that's been a big part of a winning formula, right? Because winning matters, as we know, and getting that relationship and understanding your people. And it's not just a gloss over, like Darryl said, having some one-on-one times and letting them know that you really care about them. Hey, I got a guy, his wife was, diagnosed with a certain illness, and I ask him every morning how his wife's doing. Another kid, I noticed he was a little sick. I'm like, "Hey, what's going on, man? Come in here and sit down." Well, turned into an hour-long conversation. Those things go a long way. And I don't do it just because I feel like I need to. I do it because I really care. And I think that comes through.
Mm-hmm.
How about that, guys? Taking the time, Shawn, I've seen the photos that you post, of your employees, on social media.
Oh, they love that. Yeah.
Oh, and the recognition, right? And admiration. And Michael, how important is that to have that lend that ear, because people want to reach out to you, and not being too busy to do that and be able to counsel them as well.
Man, it's huge. And I know these guys can relate to it. Darryl, probably in particular, being a tech, you'll get guys that'll see you in the seat, and that's super inspired that, hey, this guy was a tech, now he's a manager, he's come through the ranks. I know Shawn said from advisors, say the same thing. And honestly, just being able to, number one, relate to them, and honestly, just be there. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I used to tell Shawn all the time when we worked for the same auto group, I was like, man, I don't know if I'm a service manager or am I, or am I a psychiatrist, But that's
maybe
kind of
both.
Yeah, that's a part of it, because if you got 30, 40, 50 people up under you, nothing's perfect for people, ourselves and our employees. So I always tell people, it's my job to make sure that I get the best version of you while you're here. And a part of that is being an ear. Sometimes to let sometimes they vent. Sometimes they, it's just hearing great news and celebrating with them. They love, I love celebrating with them. If they got problems in their personal life, a lot of times I could tell you what's going on because they, my door's always open, and and I'm known for being kind of just a steady person. I don't get up, never get too high, never get too low. So I think that's just inviting to them to come tell me all types of stuff. So I mean, that's huge, man. I think and right on with Shawn was celebrating employees, because I know as a tech, we always felt we was the stepchildren of the dealership, right? Being technicians.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things, is to make sure you celebrate them and let them know they are important. That what they do, really matters. In a big picture, and it's just not, hey, you back there getting dirty, just fixing all the broken stuff. It's like, no, you guys really are the lifeblood of the dealership, is what I always tell them. So being there for them, and really just celebrating their work, their achievements, all of that. And honestly, and you get a lot in the lows, when a car gets broken or they can't fix it or something like that. Those learning lessons, and I have several checks, man. We've gone through the trenches with them, messing up cars or not being able to diagnose cars, and those, through me holding them accountable and all that type of stuff, I formed honestly some of the best relationships over the years with technicians, even when I was a shop foreman, and now as a service manager, it's the same thing. So I mean, you can find that light pretty much in every situation, and employees see it. They see it when you're genuine and when you really care, and when you don't. So you just got to be there for them, man. And it's a burden sometimes, but that's part of the job. Because honestly, that's probably 80% of it. Because that affects the culture so much.
I'm sitting here taking a lot of notes, Michael Moore. One of the quotes that you had, which I'm going to attribute to you, is, "I want to get the best version of you while you are here." Darryl,
Hmm.
I think we all can relate, because, even as the parts and service and fixed ops director, you report to somebody else. And how important is that your team sees you with the door open, rather than, because Darryl, it's real easy, right, to close the door and get tied up with administrative stuff and paperwork and, put all the stuff that's going on out there away. How important is that?
I think it's huge. It's a huge part of just being there for them. I mean, a lot of times, employees, like when I was a technician, I had things going on in the daytime, and I needed somebody to talk to. I mean, if I misdiagnosed the car, that happened, I had an open door where I could go to my manager and tell him exactly what happened, and we could discuss and figure out a way to, fix the issue or fix the situation. So I have that same policy with my technicians, where if they mess something up, they could come to me and tell me, and it's not nobody's getting in trouble about it. We're gonna come up with a game plan, and we're gonna discuss a way best to, fix the situation. So I think that is very important to have an open door policy and have your employees that come to you when things happen, when things go wrong, so that you guys could work together and fix the problem ultimately for the customer.
Darryl, remind us again, how many technicians, and, do you do things like shop meetings, and if you do, how often, and how often do you get together?
Yeah, I have a shop of 21 technicians. We do a shop meeting every Friday. We get together first thing in the morning, and we go around a huddle and we discuss. And I ask every person individually if they have any inputs on the shop. Some guys speak up, some guys don't. And then, I mean, I pretty much discuss everything going on in the dealership, any kind of new news, any kind of fix right the first time reports that come out. I discuss the shop hours, and we keep everybody engaged. We make a little competition. Sometimes I'll give a shop hour bonus, and the guys, we compete for the bonus. And I pretty much like to have fun. We do cookouts. I see Shawn, you do the cookouts and barbecues. The guys love that, man. They get on the grill. But look, it's all about, like, I just love being, I love having a fun work environment. I love my guys when they could come to work and they enjoy being there. I don't tolerate any negative energy. I like to stay positive and create an environment where guys perform and perform well. And I think that's the best environment to have, is a positive environment for optimum performance.
Shawn Butler, I think this segment's going to blow up because I just am enjoying listening to Michael Moore and Darryl Terrell. Tell us about these skills and the leadership and things that you're doing. Shawn, what do you have to say? First of all, give us the lay of the land. How many techs under your auspices there, and do you get together, and how often would you do that?
I have 15 techs here at the Honda store in 18 bays, and excuse me, at the Acura and the Mazda location, we have 13 techs and 15 bays, and I have 4 advisors at each store. But like Michael hit on about the the transparency, and Darryl with the communication, but the celebration, right, and having that even keel attitude, not too high, not too low. You can come to me with anything, as long as we're doing the right thing by the customer. You will never ever get in trouble with me. And I have made that perfectly clear to these guys. Whether it's $1 or $4,000, we're going to do the right thing by the customer. We celebrate. I have cookouts every month, win or lose. I don't care. We're going to still get together. And I celebrate these guys on Tuesdays and Fridays, at the Honda store, and on Thursday mornings at the Acura and Mazda shop. So, I like to be involved, and sometimes I got to get up there and apologize to them. Say, hey, you know what, guys, I haven't been engaged enough. I apologize. I've been distracted with busy work rather than accomplishing things. Remember, my door's open. If you need something, come on, let's talk. I'm going to be here all day. I'm out here in the shop with you, and I just got to reset myself to reality. Sometimes it's easy to get caught up, like you said, with the administrative or the meetings or the reporting, and that can consume the swirl, right? The swirl of the day can eat you up.
You end up just doing that or putting out fires, right? Shawn, you got more than one location. How do you, just for those watching who've got multiple locations, how do you split your time up? Do you split your time up in one spot? What do you do?
I start every day at the Honda store. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, I spend the bulk of my day, like 90% of it, at the Acura Mazda store. But I do have a service manager up there. But because it's 2 brands, he's consumed with the paperwork and keeping everything straight. So, I'm probably a 12, 13 hour a day guy, Monday through Thursday. And I'm not going to lie, I roll out about 3 o'clock on Fridays. So.
Well, okay. So, you've built and you are building and continuing to grow these organizations. You gentlemen are leaders in the industry. I know the 3 of you get together and compare notes. I know that, because once in a while I get copied on some of those things and ideas and things like what we want to talk about today. But, looking out over the horizon, here we are, middle of November, right? Michael, we're looking out. We only got maybe a month. We got the holidays ahead of us. We got the end of November. We got December. And then, 2023, there's a lot of changes, a lot of things happening in our industry, a lot of forces. What do you see, Michael, as you look out, for the leaders who are watching you, who are, taking good notes on celebrating the successes of their people? What do you want to share with the audience, as you look forward?
Looking forward, man. I see a bright future, not just for me and where I am, but I just think for the industry in general. There are a lot of great technologies, a lot of great things coming out. I know a lot of people are afraid of EVs and a lot of the changes, but I think it's going to be great. Just like anything else, EVs is just another powertrain. That's how I look at it. So it's nothing too crazy. But I see the industry just going in the right direction. A lot of brands are doing a lot better as far as making quality cars, which is great for customers. I don't know how great it is for me in my role, but the cars are getting a lot better. So I think, and I think the consumer recognized that, which is why, car sales has been, last few years has been pretty solid. So I think the future is great. And I think from a fixed standpoint, I know I hear a lot of people say there's a tech shortage and, this and that, but I mean, none of the guys that I know that are great service managers. This goes to all those organizations that just got guys sitting in the seat But the great service managers and the pretty good service managers, we don't have a lot of trouble hiring really good technicians, because we're growing technicians, and we're acquiring them pretty good ones and making them great. Darryl does it, Shawn does it. I can name 15 or 20 service managers that don't have a problem getting technicians. So I think our future is really good. I think we're on the right path to really helping a lot of people and changing lives. Like I tell my team every day. I hired a kid a few months back. He, just needed a job. Now he's on that technician career path, and it's basically a life changing thing. So I look forward to doing that in the next year with a couple more young guys and gals, and getting them in there, and and just making people's lives better. Not just technicians, but service advisors as well. I personally, just to put it out there, I struggle more with hiring great to good service advisors than I do with technicians. Yeah,
And
I think it's
you're reminding us, Michael, that this is still this is a people business, because you
absolutely.
gentlemen are all focused on the people.
That's what it's about. It's not really about the cars. The cars is the commodity. It's about the people. Yep.
Darryl, what do you say, looking out over the remainder of this year into next year? What advice do you have for the audience, and what are some of the things that you're going to be aware of?
I think some advice I have for the guys watching this panel and the ladies watching this panel is to constantly recruit, recruit ad nauseum. It's all about the people, just like you guys had said. People. I mean, the people is what makes our business operate and what makes our business successful. So when you're recruiting constantly, I recruit porters, I recruit cashiers, and car wash guys. And my vision when I'm interviewing these people are not to be a car washer or to be a porter or to be a cashier. My vision is I'm recruiting service advisors, I'm recruiting technicians, I'm recruiting service drive managers. And so just like Michael said, man, that you took a technician, you took a guy looking for a job and you made him a technician. I have a similar story, man. I got a guy that came in looking for a job, and I almost didn't hire him because I asked him what position was he applying for. He's like, I don't know, I just need a job. And I'm like, well, like, how are you applying if you don't know what job you're looking for? And he's still vacuum cleaner at Kirby. And so I gave him a shot. I hired him as a porter. This guy work ethic was his work ethic was unmatched compared to anybody on my staff. Like, he would do anything you asked him to do. And so I promoted him to a service advisor. And now he is one of my top service advisors I've had. He's hit CSI 14 out of the last 16 months. And so I mean, that just it ignites something within me, man, where you could change somebody's life, man, and take, double the income, double the salary. So just constantly recruit. Even though that person in front of you, they might be applying for a cashier position or a service porter position. Just have a bigger vision for them, and then maybe they need somebody like you to tell them, hey, you could go further in life, and you could change their life. So that's what I look forward to. That's what the advice I give everybody watching this panel is, just to change as many lives as possible.
And very astute of you to bring up that person whose background was at the Kirby, selling Kirby vacuum cleaners, because the desire for a vacuum cleaner by a consumer is not always all that high. Okay. And those are expensive, very expensive products to sell. And if somebody can sell that, when here we are as retail professionals in automotive, where people need maintenance and repair, that's almost a perfect combination there, Del. So you had some good ingredients going in, and you had the foresight to see that. And I like what you're saying, that you're looking out in the future. You're not looking at that person today as a valet or a porter. You're looking at the next advisor or the next technician. I like that.
It's all about the people.
Yep.
Shawn, Butler, okay, I'm going to let you bring it home. And what do we need to be looking out for here as we come into the end of the year and into next year?
Well, I believe one of the biggest things that we'll see going into the future from myself is, people like to spend a lot of time talking about the EV. People will spend an hour talking about 1% of our business. You know, that's the infrastructure is not there to support the push that's going for there. ICE vehicles are going to be around for a long time. So we have to prepare for that. But also we want these younger generation, right? The ones that are more laptop and computer oriented, we want them on board with us. One of my best hires, guy walks in the door saying nobody would hire him. Nobody would hire him. I talked to him. I was like, I'll hire him. The guy's getting ready to move into the apprentice program, right? He's the freaking best express tire brake guy you ever seen in your life, and nobody would give him a shot. You know, so I mean, you've got to be willing to think outside the box when it comes to retention programs, right? So I started one here that kicks in on January 1 of this upcoming year that they've never had this before. It blew the checks away. For every hour that they book, I'm going to bank them money, and I'm going to hand them a check on December 1st in 2023, right? So just trying to do little different things to keep them engaged. I pay them off of their upsells. If they hit hybrid pay plans, right? Give them a security blanket. Make this their home by making sure that they know they're going to make money. They don't have to 100% depend on whether an advisor is feeling good and can sell that day. A customer's in a bad mood, you know, with their a guaranteed salary with some productivity bonuses, then you have to hold yourself accountable while holding them accountable to make that work. But I think we're going to have to think outside the box and coddle this. I mean, our coddle might be a little harsh, but it's the reality. A lot of these younger kids, you have to point them in the right direction and then hold them accountable and coddle them a little bit till they feel comfortable. It's just reality. One of my best recent hires, I stole the girl out of the Chick-fil-A drive-thru. She's the best freaking cashier I ever hired in my life. She keeps the paperwork clean. The customers love her, you know. So, I mean, I see a bright future. I'm hanging out with a couple of guys right here that one of these days I'm going to be driving the freaking shuttle for them when they have their own dealership, right? These guys are these fixed ops guys that are going to go on and operate dealerships. That's coming too. And I'm proud to know these guys, and I'm happy to be here today.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate it, Shawn.
Hey, Shawn, one day in the distant past, you and I were those young people in the business who needed direction too, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So,
We all did. We all did.
we got three great leaders here, everybody, on this panel, and I invite the audience to reach out to them. They're all on LinkedIn. They're easy to reach on social media. Michael Moore, Shawn Butler, and Darryl Terrell. They're setting the pace. They are the workplaces to work for, okay? And they're constantly, like you just said, Shawn, looking for better ways, ways to improve. So great job, gentlemen. I'm going to invite you back again. I love this, and I think our audience loves it as well. So on behalf of the Fixed Ops community, Michael Moore, thank you so much for being with us today. Shawn Butler, thank you as always, Shawn. And Darryl Terrell, thank you for all you do for our industry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Appreciate it. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving, gentlemen, to you and your families. And Michael Moore, Shawn Butler, and Darryl Terrell here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Enjoy your holidays.
Enjoy it.
It's time to unmask cancer. Visit fixedopscares.org or scan the QR code on the screen to make a donation to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Up next Next, we have the myKaarma Mobile Service Panel with Ed Roberts, Robert Stage, and Mark Mickens.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. This is the mobile service panel hosted by myKaarma, myKaarma.com. I'd like to welcome back to the roundtable our great friends. First, the anchor, Ed Roberts, Robert Stage, and Mark Mickens. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Glad to be back.
Thanks,
Here
Ted.
we are. Gentlemen, we are, coming into the holiday season. Thanksgiving is next week. We got about, Ed, maybe 6-7 weeks left in the year. A lot of dealers looking at their plans for next year. Some dealers have gotten into mobile. Some are still thinking about it. Some are getting their plans ready. Let's talk about 2023 and how mobile enters into the equation, or continues to grow, I should say, into the plan. Ed, what are some of the things we should be looking at about now?
A lot of people ask me all the time, how do you make mobile profitable, or is it profitable? And it's all about meeting our customers on their terms. And let's look at the season that we're in right now. We just rolled into the holiday season, and we got Thanksgiving coming up on us, and then Christmas and New Year's after that. And people's schedule is busy. They're out shopping. They're out doing all the things. They got family coming into town. They're preparing for that. They don't have time to come into the dealership to get their vehicle serviced. Those type of situations allows us to enhance mobile service and be able to meet them on their terms, rather than force them to come in and go through our process and let their vehicle sit there for 2 or 3 days or a week or whatever it may be before somebody even looks at it. When we can go out and meet them, then we create a loyalty. And we're rolling 8 mobile trucks right now, and we're constantly doing different things to build trip value. I was talking to someone a couple of weeks ago about maybe batteries for life, or it's another fee for something there, but just different things. Or just look outside the box and try to find things to build value and to build loyalty to you, to where they come, you're the only person they call when they need service or a vehicle. And with mobile, there's it's wide open. We got 2023 in front of us. Some people's embracing it, some people's not. And if you're not, walk through your shop and question whether these guys can do the service outside of here, or if it has to be in the building. And you will find a laundry list of stuff that you can do outside. And when you do that, you can start building that value that you need with mobile.
Ed, I wrote down a new term I just learned from you, trip value. I had not heard that before. I don't know about you, Mark. It's the first time I've heard Ed Roberts mention that. Ed, talk to us a little bit more about that trip value, because I think that's something to hone in on, especially when people ask about profitability. And I know they've asked Mark before about how that pencils.
So with mobile service, there's no walk-ins. It's all planned. You know where you're going, whether it's a missed appointment that you're going to see today that missed yesterday, or whether you're going to put a part on that you've ordered for a customer or whatever it may be. You know what you're going to do. It's all planned. So you know the vehicles you're going to see, you know the miles that's on them. You can take the things to go with it. So when you do the inspection, you don't have to come back to it. You can take your air filters, your cabin filters, all the things that you can do. Take a battery with you of the things that you're going to test on. But also in the mix to that, look through your SOP parts. You know your destination now. Look and see if there's some stops that you can add in along the way. Look at the other dealers around you, the recalls that they have on the lot. Load your truck with those recall parts so that you can stop at those places en route to your customer or on the way back from them. Just anything you can do to build value, because just going windshield to the customer's place and windshield back to the dealership isn't necessarily maximizing production.
Ed Roberts is very intentional about it, Robert. He's right. We are coming into a very busy time of year. People have plans. They're doing stuff. They're out again. They're shopping. They do have family coming in, and they still need to have their cars and trucks serviced. Robert, talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing, what you're doing, and maybe about that trip value as well.
Absolutely. One of the things that I want to glom on a little bit to what Ed said was basically appointments. And I'm the same way. I don't offer any type of emergency style service. Mine is all appointment only. And I like to say it's custom appointment, because I'm able to go to someone's vehicle at 5 or 6 p.m. in the evening and work, after they've come back home from work, those types of things. And dealerships, a lot of those are running 3 shifts now to keep vehicles moving in the service areas. And being in the aftermarket, it's kind of easier for me to go and do that because it's a lot less overhead cost in doing it as an individual. But the custom appointment thing, I think, is really somewhere where the dealerships can shine. It's something that they can grab onto and hold on to and be able to go out to someone's house. Like Ed was saying, if you can throw a couple extra appointments in the middle, it's, more efficient, of course, and you're going to get more money back. But going out and to someone's house, I mean, as everyone can see, I'm wearing my uniform today. And this one, after we're done here today, I have to go and do a brake job. So, it's 2:00 in the afternoon for a brake job, and a diagnostic after that. So it's one of those things where if you can put yourself in your customer's shoes first and then go to their home, and feel the way that they feel, that custom appointment is something that they would really, really love to have. I think it brings a big value to the dealership if they're able to do that.
And I think, Robert, it brings great value as well to our audience. I want to talk to you about that trip value. First of all, you are Stage 1 Mobile Diagnostic and Repair. You are in Ohio. You run your own service, if you will, your own platform. You've been building that out. A lot of people have been watching you do this, Robert. Talk to us about that average ticket value, if you're willing to share that, because I was amazed with some of the stats that you and I talked about offline as far as your trip value.
Sure. So the other day, I actually went into my sales side to see what my reporting was, and being individual, I don't have to keep my eyes on all those things. I have certain bills that have to be met every month, like everyone else does. But I wanted to go and find out because of this panel, and I thought you may actually ask for it. $567 per ticket average right now per RO. And when I was a service director at Jaguar and Land Rover, we struggled to get $390, a average ticket. So I feel like, we're doing really well. We're growing. We're taking on new customers all the time. We're getting out to people's homes. I do all types of estimates, either text, I do estimates over the phone. It's just amazing. And customers really, they really do enjoy that. And it benefits everybody. It's beneficial to all parties that are involved. I think it brings really good value. Looks like Ed's getting ready to explode over there.
Yeah, let's talk about that for a minute, because we talk about the dealership RO value. We can't get it up to where we want it to be. But a customer equates that sale or whatever we're asking for as time, and they don't have the additional time to spend with you at the dealership.
Right.
But when you're there and you're servicing them there, then they're more apt to do it. They want to take care of their vehicle. That's why they called you to begin with. That's why they came to you to begin with. But now you got to meet them to where it works for them.
Absolutely. I like to say that the best waiting room in the world is someone in their own home, on their couch, watching TV in their pajamas.
Absolutely.
And honestly, that's the best way to do it. And with
drives
COVID, it happened, and and it drives the RO value way up. I'm able to do automotive inspections. I had a gentleman call me out of South Carolina one time. He was looking at a Lamborghini Gallardo at a CarMax, no less. And I got clearance and was able to come in and look at the vehicle and took, like 100 pictures of it, all the different things that I found on it, was able to scan the vehicle, got him a report, called the original dealership that had just looked at it and found out that it needed $24,000 differential for the rear end of it. The hull decks was bad. And it's like, you don't get that type of service everywhere. It's difficult to get someone that knows how to do your oil change nowadays, let alone someone that can go in and look at a vehicle, especially of that value, and give someone a very detailed report of what's actually wrong with the car. Should you put your, $100,000 down to buy this used Lamborghini? So.
And Ed, one of the ways that I kind of measure this panel is there are so many, and Ed, I think you'll appreciate this. There are so many companies who've been watching this panel over the past few months, the past year or two, who have been reaching out to Robert and saying, "Hey, we've got this technology, that technology. Would you pioneer our technology out on your mobile truck? Would you?" Because they want to take this thing out and take it further. And they're admiring the work that Robert's doing. And listen to that, Mark Mickens. Listen to that ticket value that Robert's got going with Stage 1 Mobile Diagnostic.
Yeah, it's kind of limitless if you do it the right way. I want to attach, the trip value conversation to Ed in a little bit of a different way on some of the research I'm doing now and what we're trying to implement. One of the things that never gets measured on value when it comes to mobile service and convenience for the customer is that they're used to every other kind of commerce that they're doing to be, at their fingertips, right? Amazon, you can go right down the line. One of the few things in their life that still isn't convenient is getting their car repaired, right? So I'm going to build on something that Ed talked about, like SOP parts and recalls. If you're worried about your surveys and you're worried about your customer satisfaction, the number one thing that drops off on a survey and the customers get the most upset about is when they have to come back a second time when they've already been there one time. So, we found, again, in the research that we're doing, it doesn't matter what the manufacturer is, that if you had to order a part and you could say to the customer, don't worry about it. When the part comes in, I'll send my mobile truck over and we'll put it in your driveway, that your survey value is going to go out the roof. So instead of worrying about how something really pencils or pens, if you value your customer, and you value the satisfaction, that may not show up in your net profit column, but it's going to show up in your net profit column at some point, right? So I really think that, when somebody says, well, how do I get started in this? There's things all over your dealership that you can get started in, get a recall list, get an SOP list, and get your truck on the road and start doing something, I obviously work in the manufacturing world of mobile service, but I use Robert as an example all the time. There's every manufacturer right now is out there, trying to put together, a mobile service package of training and implementation and launch and rollout. And Ed's been through this, right? So everybody's trying to do it. And I applaud some of the manufacturers on what they're trying to do. But when it gets to the launch stage, it really has to be embraced by the people that own the store, the executive management in the store, the management of the store, to make it work. I use Robert as an example all the time in corporate meetings. I know this guy, right? That just, has a book of business this big because he just goes out and does it every day, right? He doesn't worry about how it's going to pencil, right? He just goes out and does it. And now look where he is, right? So I just think you have to have the initiative and the want to, and really the commitment from the executive management in your dealership that to really embrace this and know that it's coming. Somebody's going to be doing it. Robert's out there doing it. I mean, if you want to share how big a book of business you have, Robert, go ahead, because I know it's pretty large, and that's your business. And
just under six. Right, just under 600 clients so far,
which is
over
amazing, right?
2 years, 2.5 years.
Right. So that was somebody else's business at one point, and you just made it more convenient for the customer. So now it's your business, right? So I want to.
I'll say a lot of those people are repeat customers too. That's the best part.
Sure.
Once you get them, you retain them.
I mean, I would say
it works out great.
From my experience, once you used it once, you try to always use it again. And I know, Ed, you can jump in and that's how you build it. But I think the biggest hurdle that I'll speak to a dealership atmosphere, that I think the biggest hurdle that an investor, a dealer principal, or even a big group, that you have to get over that first mind hurdle of, I'm not going to make money in the first maybe month or two until I get this thing rolling, but I will start building customer satisfaction, and there is a down the road value to that. So my advice is it's like building a brand new service facility, right? You're investing first. You're not, nobody builds a brand new dealership and says, how much money am I going to make in the first month? They don't do that, right? I know I didn't do that when we built ours. So I just think that that's the mental hurdle that somebody has to get over to really be successful in this, because I just see it going boom, and it's going to be big.
Well, Robert told us he has 2 appointments this afternoon, so we know what that is. And then he also told us that his average RO is $567.
That's amazing.
So, and he's an independent.
Right.
So here we are doing it at the dealership level. Robert's out there doing it at the independent level. Mark, you're out there helping dealers see the big picture. I mean, the opportunities are endless.
Yes. Well, I always say, Robert, respectfully, Robert, you're an entrepreneur. and you're not afraid. And I really just think that people just have to be more, entrepreneurial and get out there and not be afraid. And it's going to work, and all due respect to some dealers, there's some programs out there that shall remain nameless that weren't very well done in the beginning of this, so it needs to be redone and rethought. But as an individual dealer or dealer group, you have to be more like Robert and less like something on a slide deck, in my opinion.
Well,
Mark, go, Ed. I'm just thinking all of you gentlemen are saying the same thing, and Ed has said this on some other panels at this event, that once you become, Ed, a mobile customer, you're not going back the other way. That just becomes the repeat and referral, and that is where it stays, Ed.
Well, and like Mark said, it's not a one size fits all. We all have to meet our customers. We got to meet our clientele. We got to find what their needs are, whether it's fleets, whether it's exotic car, whatever it may be. We have to meet them. So yes, it isn't something where somebody can come in and say, this is how you have to do it. You got to design it around what works for you. But let's look at that from another aspect, because as being tied to a Ford brand, we have huge fleets. And if a fleet customer needs to send his vehicle in, he's got to send a driver down with it, probably the person that works in that vehicle. So it stops his production. He's got to pay him while he sits in my waiting room for us to service his vehicle. Mm-hmm. We service his vehicle. All that time is downtime for him. And then we give it back to the driver, and he heads back to where he would take in his first stop. So they've lost 3 or 4 hours of production. And they had to get their vehicles. When we can go to them and service their vehicles during a meeting or whatever else, there's 0 downtime. So we win, our clients win, and then we capture that fleet business as it's time to replace some of those other models that they may have, with the next model being a Ford, because I'll service all their models that they have, no matter what they are. But when I do that and I minimize their downtime, it's going to get to where they only have one brand, because that's when I can give them the fastest service on.
And I'm going to give you an opportunity, Ford dealers especially, because I just did I recently just did a panel with a group of 20 HVAC owners, HVAC repair owners. They asked me to come in and help them with something. And when I got there, I found that, the total count in this HVAC group of 20 dealers was close to 600 vehicles. Okay. And these gentlemen had been in a group where they were rolling the vehicles over on a lease program, through Ford Motor Company, every 3 years. So the big major services and things like that never really came into question. And by the time something like that would come into play, they would have already have rolled, a quarter of their fleet out. So now you can't just call up and say, I need 16 vans, because you ain't getting them. Right. So now the worms really turned to a certain point where, how am I going to get my 62 vans into a Ford dealer to have them serviced efficiently? And to your point, Ed, the gentleman that was doing the speaking said that it cost him $70 an hour to send the van to and from the dealership, right? So I said, well, how about if, you line up 3 vans in your at your parking lot, and we come and service them there? And they said, well, you can do that. Well, yeah, I can. And I think if you're a Ford dealer in particular, anybody that's on this, you could do that, tomorrow and make it work for yourself. Right. So where it's really dropped off on one side of the business, right? So you've lost van sales, and you're pretty much, I don't think 23 is going to look anything different than 22 from what, the forecast in the industry that I've seen. So that's an advantage right there. Find the local fleets in your area of responsibility and try it, try it, because it's business you don't have right now. Right.
Absolutely. And a lot of times people ask, how can you make money changing people's oil? I have to circle back to what Robert said earlier. Average RO value. That's not for an oil change. We might do them out there, but that's not the core business.
It's just like your shop. People come in, they do their first service with you. That's great. You do it efficiently. It's a great place to come. They get used to it. They know their service advisor, and they'll come back for the tires and the brakes. And listen, it's the same strategy. Go out and do a couple of oil changes, and one of those vans that I just discussed is going to need a lot more than that someday, that you're going to be able to do at the same location. So you're building the same value. It doesn't matter. And it's even a better value, right? Because you're taking something out of their day that they really don't know. They don't know how to do it, and they don't want to do it.
and enhancing the ownership experience.
Yes.
And you're right. You're eliminating the time excuse, because typically the top two excuses are what? Money and time, right?
Yep.
So, Mark, you're eliminating number two right out of the gate. That time is no longer. In fact, yeah, I'm glad you're here. Let's take care of it. I mean, that's out of the equation already.
But out of those 20 businessmen, I will tell you this right now, that I was in that room for 2 hours, and how much it costs never came up. So just, let that sink in for a little. Nobody ever said, how much does it cost to have my van serviced at my place of business? Never came up. There was more excitement about that you could actually do it that way, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, because he told you about the lost production, or not the lost production, but he told you about what it costs to send it there, $70 an hour. But he didn't talk about the lost production yet. He knows the cost is going to be there to service the vehicle. That just comes, that's part of it. That's part of having the fleet. So it's not only the $70 an hour, it's the lost production as well. And you can minimize both of those.
And that's that's one quick start, for you to get out there. And that's one quick start that I give, people that want to know, how does it pencil? Well, listen, there's several things that you can do right out of the box before you advertise it one time, right?
Yep.
Go be Robert for a while and it'll work out for you.
Ed, you talked to us about trip value. I know that you mentioned 8 now vans. I think I saw that you have a van exclusively now doing just the tire work that's out there. What else is in store for 23? What do you think?
Well, we're doing everything we can to prepare for BEVs, and we have a tire van that we're going out and doing tires, not only for BEVs, but for our fleet customers as well. But when we go, a BEV does not necessarily need to come into service as often. There's 80% less moving parts. And with that, with less moving parts, there's less visits. It's a lot more software updates and then some of the wear items. And when we can eliminate them having to come back to our dealership, because our dealerships are intimidating. People don't want to come to them. And we can eliminate that and enhance that ownership experience. It's just further preparing to take care of our BEVs as they become more widespread in the marketplace.
I think the basis for EV service in the future. I know Ted, you've talked to several people on your panels that have great insight on the future with EVs, and the EV customer expects service in their driveway. That's it. So whatever the scope of EVs are going to be in this country, and who's going to buy them and how big of a fleet it's actually going to be reflective of, there's going to be something, right? So. And the expectation of that customer is wildly differently than the people that you deal with now in your dealership. It just is.
Mark, you told us about your neighbor having, or your person who lives nearby having the Tesla, having it serviced, and you watching that service in their driveway.
And that's how you learn. It was very influential on me to watch this guy never leave his house for 3 years to go to a dealership. I mean, it's happening right in front of your eyes. And if that, I'm not saying that being scared is good, but sometimes being scared is innovative. You know what I mean? And because I think that most manufacturers know, and Ed, you could speak to Ford about this, and I was a Ford dealer, so I'm still in touch with it quite a bit. When you start getting into EVs initially, you're going to be peeling Tesla customers off at some point, right? I mean, they have quite a big market share. In my opinion, Tesla's gotten a little aged looking. So there's going to be some, when there's new model rollout, people are going to be interested in a fresher looking, maybe more innovative vehicle from Ford or Mercedes-Benz or somebody or Audi, all the people that are out there with these things. And then you're going to sell that person the car and give them less expectation on service. I don't know how you're going to do that.
I think we have a better opportunity to give them better service because we have the infrastructure.
Right.
And yes, I love to sell a Tesla customer because I don't have to overcome the obstacles of the range anxiety and all. They've already lived that world. They know how to operate an electric vehicle. And now they don't have to wait for 5 weeks to get in line because the infrastructure is not there. I can roll down to them, or they can come to me, whichever works best for them. So we can enhance the infrastructure of what they've ever had to experience on the Tesla side.
But that affects the sales side too, right? Because that's a closing tool, right? So I mean, you can wrap the whole thing up as a dealership. When somebody sits in your dealership and says, "Well, do you come to my house like Tesla did to fix my car?" Right?
Exactly.
Are you going to say no? Because you might lose the sale. Right?
And you're right. They want variety.
Yeah. So it does really have to start from the executive level down, and it has to be absorbed that way, because that's the importance of what you're trying to do. You might start to lose sales if you're not going to provide that service.
Absolutely. And if we don't provide it, and a lot's not going to, that's what Robert's out
Somebody
there.
else will.
Robert will.
Robert will be glad to take your business, guys. There's no doubt about that.
So I got to
Speaking
ask
of
you,
fleet-
Robert, what are
Yeah,
you going to
go
be
ahead.
doing in 23, Robert? What's anything different? Anything, because you've been growing this thing. Congratulations on these last couple of years. What's on the books for next year?
What I look to do is bring on at least 2 apprentices, have them follow me along, get another vehicle in 23, and then basically go in and start actually selling to fleet dealers, the people that are around me, the vendors, like your plumbing, your HVAC, your mechanical places that, they really don't have the time to have that vehicle. Like Ed was saying, you got to have 3 or 4 people's involved. It's a complete rigmarole. No one wants to do it. To look at doing that in 23 to make that a little bit more easy on the customers that are around, and to really kind of explode or blow up what we do. I'll go back to the fleet thing just real quick. I run and am networked with a guy that does a mobile oil change business, and that's all he does here in this area in Columbus. And he got this contract one time with a school bus place down in Cincinnati. And we went down there and done 77 school bus oil changes and grease services in 20 hours. Diesel, gasoline. We worked a 16-hour day the first day, went back to the hotel, spent the night, went back at 5 a.m. in the morning because it was in July, done the rest of the vehicles, finished everything up, went back through and checked everything and left. So there's people out there that are doing this, and there's people out there that are doing this type of stuff for the dealership style stuff too, 1 ton and lower. So, and Ed deals with the fleet stuff that's, all the way up to the 550s and the 650, the F series. But there's people out there that are doing it. So the dealerships have to get on board and go and grab that money. I mean, I think we're a $110 billion a year industry, I think is what the last time I read is what the automotive repair industry is every year in the United States. I mean, there's plenty of money out there for everybody to go get, and every RO is an orange, and it's a matter of how much can you squeeze the orange and what can you actually get out of it, and always ethically making sure that you're only selling what actually needs to be sold. You prep and you show here's what you should budget for. You go through your priorities, and it's very simple. I mean, I've never had to hard sell anybody. Matter of fact, I've almost always been like, you can do it or you don't have to do it. And that's perfectly fine one way or another with me. But here are the things that the vehicle needs at this point in time.
So I'm glad Robert touched on that, because we're talking about in the big hype in car dealership world right now is, are you using video? Whether you're selling a car, whether you're servicing a car or whatever else. And video certainly sells. There's no question it enhances every aspect of it. But when you're live in person and you show it to them, showing is much better than the video that you showed to them, because there's still that little uncertainty there, but they just watch that part come off of their vehicle. They don't want to see it go back on there. So that's when Robert says there's no hard sell, because it's seeing's believing, and they don't want to see it go back in, and it becomes an easy transaction.
And I'll also add with that, Ed, that there was one time that I had heard that video actually killed the radio star.
That's true.
Hey, Robert, I've seen you've increased your
That is
visibility on LinkedIn. I see, Robert, you've got a newsletter
Yes.
now. You got a couple things. Share with us real quick, because your visibility is growing and growing quickly.
Sure.
How do we access that?
You can go to my LinkedIn profile. You can go there, and at the pinned article was the latest one that I've got.
Okay.
There will be a couple that's going to be upcoming on MPIs, why they're important, what you can do with them, and especially like Ed was saying, use your tools. If your dealership doesn't have tablets for the service advisors and for the technicians, I feel you're way behind the 8 ball, and they should all have that technology. They should all be dealing with different vendors that are giving dealerships the tools to go out and do that type of work. When I was at Jaguar and Land Rover, we had tablets. The technicians had tablets. Same thing Ed was saying. Everything was video. You walked around. You did your video walk around the vehicle. A lot of times it was twice. The service writer would do one for their covering of their rear end, and then also the technician would do one too, just to make sure nothing had happened to the vehicle in between coming into the shop. But yeah, it's going to be interesting how 2023 comes about. That newsletter so far, I think I've got like 1,100 subscribers on LinkedIn. I also do a Substack, which is just my name, robertstage.substack.com. And then I'll be doing different writings on both. The last one I did was just on neuroplasticity. I don't just like to do automotive stuff. There's so many different facets to everyone that's on LinkedIn. Everyone's got different likes and hobbies and, things that are outside of work. So like you said, I've been trying to really push visibility of myself, putting myself out there, doing more videos. I was actually just accepted to write and submit articles for the garage section in Motor Age magazine. So that should be coming out in 2023 also. I looked to at least get a couple articles put into that digital publication.
Hey, Robert, when you get your own show, would you remember
Yeah.
us and have us on as guests? Ed
Oh,
and Mark
absolutely.
and I.
Yeah. That's how the whole thing rolls. It's always on a wave. So yeah, that's perfectly fine. I'll definitely bring people back up.
All right. Well, I'll have to leave it there, everybody. This is the mobile service panel. Amazing information from Robert Stage, Mark Mickens, and Ed Roberts. Gentlemen, I want to wish you and your families a very happy Thanksgiving next week.
Happy Thanksgiving, guys.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to you
Happy
guys.
Thanksgiving, guys.
This is the mobile service panel, everybody, here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Can Ardway service customers easily connect with their service advisor using a single number?
Why would we need that? Ardway reception. Wrong department, let me forward. Parts department, you need service, let me forward you. Ardway sales, where the answer is always yes. Oh, no. You have the wrong department, let me transfer. Ardway service. Hello? Must not have been important.
With communications, scheduling, video MPI, payments, and more, myKaarma delivers everything fixed ops in one place. Do you use video walkarounds to protect your dealership from fraudulent damage claims?
At Ardway, we have a very refined process for handling walkarounds.
This one's checked in!
With communications, scheduling, video MPI, payments, and more, myKaarma delivers everything fixed ops in one place.
Here to tell us all about the ins and outs of fixed ops is John Riffe from DealerBuilt.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. John Riffe is with Fixed Operations at DealerBuilt, a great friend of the automotive retail community and the Fixed Ops community. John, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted. Happy to be here.
Good to see you, my friend. A lot has, boy, what a year in retail. So much happening, right? I mean, you couldn't have even imagined, let alone written this book, a year or two ago.
No, it's kind of like your tagline for this session. It's it's dare to dream. So we hope it's not a nightmare for anybody. So I have.
Well, let's talk about that. Let's kind of get that out into the open. How would you define right now, a dealership's or your fixed operations performance? Is it a dream or something else?
It's a really interesting question, and the perspective you put on it is, I guess it is all about perception. If you perceive your operation as having challenges, well, then maybe it's a nightmare, and you want to turn that into a really nice, fulfilling dream, not a nightmare you wake up from wondering, what have I just gone through? But all too often that's the case. In the past, I don't know if there's been a focus on the back. Great colleague of mine, he used to correct me every time I said the back of the store and refocused me and said, remember, it's the backbone. So that's how you turn that nightmare into a dream, is you work on that backbone.
And, so much happening in that. Really, it's kind of even become the front of the house, with inventory shortages this past year, the chip shortage, lack of new car inventory. Who could have imagined, what's happened with used vehicles value? So there's so much focus right now on service parts and body shop.
That's true. And it's not that it's a new emerging concept. It's an old one that's been around forever. There is a lot more focus. That tends to keep me more and more busy every week. And, those are the good things that are happening in the back. That concept of absorption becomes refocused. And, what at one time was, just kind of the ugly back of the house has become the forefront and a great opportunity for a revenue generating and really customer defined experience with all the challenges of supply shortages and such. So everybody wants to work a lot harder at making the back the front.
John, you're exactly right. And a lot of focus now from dealers as well on service and parts, where it may not have been as important a few years ago. John, what do you see as the single most critical roadblock, if you will, in maintaining successful and efficient fixed operations at the dealership?
Well, it's again, not a new concept. It's always been that of communication, whether that's communication with the customer, whether that's communication with internally within the departments between sales, parts, service, and accounting. All of those, it takes a village, and that communication, that's really what ties. That's what processes are all about. And that's what, unfortunately, we have to continue to refine and refocus on those processes and those procedures in the fixed ops department to move towards better serving our clients, whether they be internally the new or used car department or externally our customer base, which that's why we show up every day. And they're really the guys who write the check.
That used car department reconditioning is now on the forefront. John, we didn't even talk about reconditioning 2 years ago at the Roundtable, yet now it's such a big focal point in the things we discuss. A few years back, it was a matter of parts and service coming together. Now we see service and sales. The discussions are, let's get all that together as one inside the dealership.
Well, again, with fewer and fewer opportunities and fewer opportunities for a affordable, or really, the time in the past used to be that there was an abundance of used vehicles and there wasn't as much urgency about getting them through the shop quickly. And, that's back to where the communication key is. And it's one thing communicating with the new car or used car department about getting that vehicle that's just hit the ground out. But, when you intertwine parts and parts availability into those things, you really have to start thinking outside the box. And if you weren't doing that before, it's become a necessity now. It's how do we obtain those parts in a timely manner to be able to get that used vehicle on the ground as quickly and efficiently and effectively as possible to make it available to that, our greatest customer, our most captive customer. In the parts world, it's the shop, and in the shop, a lot of cases, it's the used car and the new car departments.
Everyone, we're talking today to John Riffe. He's with Fixed Operations with DealerBuilt. Very respected voice in our community. John, a lot of the Fixed Ops Roundtable family have mentioned your name, and it's held, like I said, in high regard. What would you say, if looking at it, if I had to look, let's say, as a dealer or general manager, as a defining indicator in a well-run fixed ops department, from your experience, what would you point to? What would you say that is?
Well, on the parts side of it, it's always about, everything's about gross, whether that is on the service side of the operation or on the parts side of the operation. It's more challenging now than ever to get. It's not, in the past months, I've probably been called on more often to review parts grosses and the challenges with holding a gross. Manufacturers are not always helpful in making those things happen. More and more remote managed inventory programs in place, more and more challenges with them. Again, with the supply chain and such, if you can't sell it, if you can't get it, you can't sell it. So, and when you can get your hands on it, you definitely want to get a reasonable return on investment. And along with that parts department side of the coin, there are bigger and bigger challenges about getting that inventory. And then when you do get it, what do you do with it? I've said years and years in talking with parts departments, we're not buying parts to warehouse them. All too often that's the case. You can't fall in love with those parts. We have to acquire them, put them on the shelf. We have to have a place to store them. We have to feed them. We have to keep them warm, dry, clean. It's just like raising a kid. And you don't want to fall in love with them. You buy those parts to sell for a return on investment. So it's important that you're reviewing on a regular basis, not only your parts pricing, any matrix you may have in place. It has to meet the demand, and it has to be reasonable, or it turns into a part that you own and you love, and pretty soon you're taking care of it in old age, and you don't want that. And that on the service side of the world, of course, we're always looking at effective labor rate, but shop efficiency is more and more important. The end result and the common in both parts and service now is, servicing that customer's needs, whether it's warranty, whether it is a customer pay job where parts are impossible at times to acquire. You want to be mindful that when you do receive those parts, that you're notifying both the service advisors, the service operation, and whatever your plan there is for managing those special order parts, getting the customer notified in a timely manner so that no time is lost in maintaining that customer CSI, but also in the shop efficiency and in your parts department return.
And you're right. Going back to the parts, it's not just the parts, but service needs those parts to perform the labor, and it all works hand in hand. And that labor is so important. And, we've had, as I'm sure you're aware, a lot of talk about technician shortages and things like that, being able to retain and attract new technicians as well. And John, a big part of the discussion we're hearing now at the roundtable comes back to dealership culture, and that culture that starts at the top at the dealership. And I know you see that. You're aware of it. You work with a lot of retailers. Would you like to speak to that at all? Because I think that seems to have an overriding prominence in fixed operations.
Yeah, so many years ago, being part of at that time a Ford dealership, that Ford's big initiative was at the time XL2000 that came about in like 1999, and that was customer CSI through employee CSI, and it was about changing and shifting that culture. It's great to go into a store where they understand that. It's not impossible to change it. If the culture is from the negative side, everybody in the organization sees it, not only the employees, but as well the customers when they come in the door. And when a store understands that culture and has a very positive culture, it has an impact on their customers, and customers want to come back. It's not a new concept. It's one that the same as reviewing your performance on any of your reporting in parts and service. You definitely want to keep an upper hand on what that customer's CSI is, and if that makes the store a lot better at defining a culture that is a positive one. Those stores that are very good at it perform well. They're constantly working on it. I happened to be in a store earlier in the month, and I was around when they were doing a kind of a monthly employee meeting, and it took me back to my roots. The culture is not just the employees caring about the customer, but it's the ownership caring about the employees, and it's it's an important thing. It's one that all too often goes unchecked or really unmeasured, but it's real, and it's the times we're in, and it's more important now than ever when there are shortages, not only in parts but also in personnel.
That's right. Yeah.
Those that have a positive culture draw the prime people, or retain the prime people in the prime areas of the dealership, and that's an important thing.
You've got a lot of new tools at DealerBuilt. I've watched as your company has grown, and a lot of expansion, I would say, in the past year. A lot of new things that you've put on the table for our dealers. Here we are, middle of November, about maybe 6 weeks or so left to go in the year, up against the holidays. What advice, John, last question, that would you have for our dealer audience looking forward into 2023, with all the talk of EVs coming and these shortages still continuing for some time? What do we need to be focused on going into the new year?
Well, the key word there is focus, and whether you're focusing on that, the mindset of the store that makes up the culture of the store, whether you're focusing on that or whether you're focusing on your customer base, trying to keep them as happy as you can. The one thing you do have to keep happy is yourself. So you have to be thankful about showing up and coming to work and doing the best that you can every day. And I know that sounds like an old cliche, but I had a general manager who still to this day I speak with, and he pulled me aside one day and he goes, you make the decision when you get out of bed every morning what the day is going to be like. Before your foot hits the floor of the bed, it's what's the day going to be like. And if you're doing anything but thinking that's a positive thing, you're selling yourself short. So that's back kind of the Thanksgiving theme I know we're approaching is be thankful what you have and make the best out of every day, because all too often, they are numbered. And whether you believe that or not, it's true. So, if you can show up and feel like you're doing the best you can every day for your customer, for your employer, and for yourself, you've succeeded.
John Riffe, DealerBuilt is a great resource for our industry. I know a lot of dealers are with DealerBuilt. Others are and will consider it. If our audience wants to reach out to you, into the DealerBuilt family with more questions, what's the best way for them to do that?
The email that's scrolling there across the bottom of the screen, you can always reach out to us through our support number, which if you want to jot it down, 1-800-499-1914. If you're not a customer and you have questions, please reach out. If you've got questions directly of me, you can send me an email or reach out in that number, and they know where I'm at on the planet most days.
I think at our last event, we had so many of the DealerBuilt family with us at the event. So it was a great honor to, meet Dan and the Vista Dash and, the rest of the team there, Michael, and of course, Veronica and John. On behalf of the Fixed Ops community, I want to wish you and your family a very happy Thanksgiving.
All right. Thanks. And the same out to everyone who's a part of this, kind of a cool thing, Dare to Dream. And that's it's not only a pretty profound statement, it's a call to action. So Dare to Dream.
John Riffe, everybody, with DealerBuilt here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
In the early days when we formed DealerBuilt, there was a need for an alternative solution, one that combined both a comprehensive enterprise solution with just basic common sense.
Open integrations, no fees, dealer first. And you know why? Because they were built out of a dealership.
We are more tailored towards the dealers in that we don't require you to adapt to our way of doing business. We adapt more to your way of doing business.
The most recent acquisition of VistaDash was with a strong partnership. What allows us to do is start working down the path of first-party data even more with tapping into DMS data. We provide that dialing in of providing outcomes and true conversions and seeing what actually is working.
We acquired VistaDash for several reasons. One was the people. That team and what they built over the last few years has just been amazing. We have a lot of high-level experienced people that understand what it's like to work inside a dealership. I think that's a huge difference between us and any of the other platforms or the other competitors on the market.
part that I find the most fun is being able to truly put the dealers first. We just want to make sure that our dealer partners are successful, and that's what VistaDash and DealerBuilt are all about.
We spend and invest millions to put our product at the forefront of not driving your processes, but allowing you to drive how the DMS is going to work for you and your company. We are defining a new blueprint where the DMS is not just a system of record. It needs to extend to where your customers are transacting business.
At the end of the day, that's what separates us. Dealer choice, dealer built. That's what we think about. Period, end of story, and we don't deviate from that.
Want to make a difference this season? Visit fixedopscares.org or scan the QR code on the screen and make a donation to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Drum roll, please. Up next, we've got Earl Sticks Brown and the Radiant Ride panel here to make some noise when it comes to convenient cosmetic repairs during routine maintenance.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Cosmetic Recon, small, medium area repair is a $5.4 billion a year industry. And the idea of combining routine maintenance and cosmetic repairs is now happening with a small group of dealers in Northern California. I want to welcome to the event our good friend, Earl Sticks Brown from Radiant Ride. We've got some familiar faces on here with us, Earl. Welcome back to the event.
Thank you very much, Ted. Good day to everyone. Glad to be here. Ted, I've been a big fan of your program, your podcast, and all of your guest speakers over the last couple of years. As your audience knows, and everybody on the panel knows, everything is changing. The bar is rising as consumers are demanding easier access on shopping. They are seeking value-based pricing, and then overall just looking for a satisfying service experience. The dealership group that we have on this panel today, Central Valley Automotive Group from Modesto, California, is doing just that. We are working collaboratively to deliver the ultimate vehicle appearance experience that entails combining routine maintenance and cosmetic reconditioning repairs under one roof during one service visit. To lead us off with this discussion, we have General Partner at Central Valley Automotive Group, Brent Gardner. Thank you, Brent. Shelton, General Sales Manager at Modesto Infinity. Brenda Rosales, Finance Manager, Central Valley CDJR. Nick Wharton, Assistant Service Manager at Central Valley CDJR. And my coworker at Radiant Ride, our Business Development Manager, Kelly Culliver. And last but not least, the co-anchors, all right, of Fixed Ops Roundtable, the foundation of the show. I'd be remiss if I didn't personally introduce these gentlemen. Mr. Ed Roberts, Bozart, Ford Lincoln, and Mr. Tully Williams of the Nilo Automotive Group. Thank you guys for all being here today. Wow. Let's get things started by passing it over to Brent. Brent, give us a little introduction about Central Valley Automotive and how you were introduced to Radiant Ride.
Yeah, so I think, we met, I met Earl Sticks. I only call him Sticks. And is that because it's your golf game? Is that why you're Sticks?
Yes.
Is that
and a drummer.
the reason?
And just
and
a
a drummer.
sidebar, Brent.
And a drummer.
I birdied 16 yesterday at Spring Creek.
There you go.
Birdie. So,
There you
all right,
go.
get back to you.
No, so it was over 10 years ago. We met Sticks. We have we started, next year is going to be our 50th year here in Modesto, Central Valley Automotive Group. We've got 5 stores and 7 brands here. And, it's very conveniently located. All of our stores are right in a row. So, as far as what we do with Radiant Ride. You know, it's been a nice decade of working with Earl, because, you know, it's all about the customer experience, and he's evolved. You know, a lot of products, aftermarket products that we sell, you know, they haven't really changed much, you know, but I can't say that with Radiant Ride, because it's just, you know, Sticks is always trying to look for cutting edge things and always moving with the times and trying to enhance the experience. And I would say our stores do a tremendous job. You know, we've got, you know, three of our key people on this podcast today that are a big part of that. And where Radiant Ride's going, we're set up for it. The one-stop shop. That's what people want today. You know, it's just all about convenience. You know, it used to be about price. It used to be about all these things, you know, but it's just about saving time for the customer and you know, making them happy. And I would say Radiant Ride is definitely in line to do that. And we look forward to many years to come with Earl.
Hey, Sticks, if you don't mind, let me just ask real quick the co-anchors who are here with us on the show today. Tully, let me come to you first with a little background on your thoughts.
You know, I think that when you look at today, F&I and the service department, or I'm going to call the fixed ops department, need to be as one. And as we look at great products to drive people back into our store, because what? We are in the repeat and referral business. We just sell 4 products at our car dealership. But we want to make sure that when a customer comes in, we sell a great product in F&I, and when they come in, can they use it? 2 is that we know that with our brands, especially, we have high luxury brands, but it doesn't matter what brand you have, is that people want to take care of their car. A dent and ding can be a disastrous for somebody. What can we do? We can fix those. But the problem happens is that when they come in, I have to call the dent and ding guy, and that's going to be next week. We like to say, let's bring it in the driveway and let's handle it in the driveway. Make that customer wowed by helping us get it done in our driveway. Have your own dent and ding. Have your own windshield person at your store. What does that do? Drives hours in your store and keeps people coming back and happy.
Love it. And Ed, a little background from you as well.
Well, ultimately, this is a large investment for all of our customers as they buy a new vehicle, whether it's the second largest or sometimes, depending on how long it's been since they bought a house, maybe the largest investment. And they want to keep it looking like the day they bought it. And ultimately, we can do that with a one-stop shop. Not only does it help them keep the vehicle where it wants, but when they bring it back to us to trade in on the next vehicle, it reduces the recon time and allows us to bring these things back to market that much faster.
Love it. Brent, I want to come back to you with something that you said before we hear from Brenda, Chelsea, and Kelly. Brent, you mentioned that Sticks has evolved in the time that you've known him, and he's on the cutting edge. You know, in what way has he evolved, and why is that so important right now?
Well, because I would say, you know, like when I started in the business, let's say full time. I mean, it's been my whole life, but 20 years full time, right? I think the first 10 seem to be kind of the same, you know, and I would say the last half of my career here, it's like every year there are new things you've got to be doing, you know, and you know, just I guess by example, like, you know, we're a big digital retailing store, just like everybody. I think everybody is, but some claim to be, but it's a matter of how you do it, right? And so he was like the first product we had that was able to integrate with our systems and our showroom sales process. I mean, his product gets teed up very easily on the showroom floor. And I can't say that about everybody else, but and it's helped really drive the numbers with this. And then obviously you know, I think what Tully said is spot on. We all have to be one today. And I would say we've worked hard. It's not perfect, but we're almost there. And you know, our service department, Nick does a great job. He's assistant service manager. You really have to come together on everything. Now it's not there's no walls between departments anymore. And to make Radiant Ride really work, it's a cohesive unit for sure. You got to drive those hours, Tully, you know.
Oof, love it.
But But I would, again, the biggest piece is just being able to offer everything one stop, and not have to dial up various vendors to get one job done. And the biggest thing is it drives retention, and that's what it's about today. We're done spending all this money to go get new customers. Let's take care of our own backyard, and this is a tool that is heavily enhances that. So,
Brent, I love it. I love it. I want to ask the panel today what customers think of this and how this is received. And Brenda, if it's okay, let me start with you. What are you seeing, and how is this received?
Yeah, I personally think that we do get, because of our great reputation that our dealerships have, we do have a lot of retention of customers. So the service department is huge. Most of our customers that are repeat customers, they have a great relationship with the service advisors. They say, I know Nick, I know Nate, I know Adam. And most of those customers say that had already purchased Radiant Ride, and Radiant Ride in this case, they'd like to purchase it again. So we have a big retention of customers. Most customers say, hey, I bought Radiant Ride last time I purchased the vehicle with you 5 years ago. I'd like to purchase it again. So we do very well with that.
And Brenda, I see behind you the Radiant Ride banner, and from what you just said, so customers know this by name, Brenda. They know this is Radiant Ride. This is a special platform that you offer there at the dealership.
Yes, they do. And it's a one-stop shop too. When they come in and do their maintenance, they'd like to. It's a convenience, we go back to the convenience part of it. Most customers don't have time to come back and forth 3 times a week. So when they come in and do their oil change, they knock out the Radiant Ride part of it, So and we also provide a care kit. I'd like to show it here, but we provide a care kit every time they buy Radiant Ride. We give them this gift. They love to walk out with their kit. Let me show it to you here really quickly. It's this one right here. Customers love to take this home every time they purchase Radiant Ride. They say, I want to get the box. So here's the box that they take home every single time.
Yeah, Earl brands his product better than we brand our store, I think, at times. He's highly decorated on our showroom floor.
You're a hard act to follow there, Brent. No, it's
well,
good co-branding.
What Brent just said actually brings up a good point, and it goes along with how you were asking how Stix has evolved. Is to help with the retention for the dealerships. We really try our hardest to drive business to the dealerships. And so the way Stix has evolved, is moving forward in technology to do that by being on social media, being on podcasts. We have a whole ad campaign going, and we really promote our dealerships. We're not looking to be in every dealership. We want it to be kind of exclusive. The dealerships we partner with are Radiant Ride certified. So when people go looking for a Radiant Ride, we say, hey, you can go to Central Valley, they're certified. You can go to Hyundai Central Valley, they're certified. And so that really brings customers back into those certain dealerships, because they might go to Central Valley over a dealership next door because Central Valley is Radiant Ride certified. So that's kind of how Stix has evolved and brought it into 2022. And that's what we really try to do is drive the business towards the dealerships that we partner with.
Kelly, I love it.
One thing.
If I may, Brenda, what's in the kit? What are some of the things that are in there? Because that's really, I love the marketing on that, Ed, by the way.
Yes.
The way that Stix has put that together.
It comes with an interior cleaner. As soon as you open the box, it has different things to wash with the vehicle so they can keep it clean at home. A lot of customers, they like to spend their Sunday mornings, give it a cleaning or touch to their vehicles. So, you got to understand, when customers buy brand new vehicles, they like to keep it looking brand new most of the time. They like to, they like the feel, the looks, the smell of a brand new car. And I think appearance is important to most of our customers that buy brand new vehicles. And you got to keep in mind, they keep their cars for 5 years or 10 years. A lot of our customers, I heard about 57% of people do keep their vehicles for a long time. So yeah, it's a cleaning kit. So it's fun. They love to walk out with this every time they buy the Radiant Ride.
Chelsea, talk to us about how this is received by customers, by your guests at the retail level.
They love it. My main goal here as, the general manager, I try to collaborate in-house within all of our departments to make sure that, when sales pre-sells it, then finance can go over the rest of it, explain everything. The customer knows exactly what they're getting. We set up their first service appointment, or we set up all of their Radiant Ride appointments and that. So it's very cohesive for them. They don't have to go call the service department. The service department knows what we sell, how to do it, who to hook them up with. So I find there's no disconnects at all from any of the departments between sales, service, finance. We all make it work. And the customer is the one that loves it. I mean, they're really getting a full service with us.
Ed, we see a lot of new technologies and a lot of things at the Fixed Ops Roundtable, Ed. But I got to tell you, this has really got my attention and captured my imagination, because Tully, Ed, always talks about bringing that service and F&I and finance together. And it looks like Sticks has done that, Ed.
Well, it not only helps the store with retention, but it helps the customer with pride in their product as well, pride in their vehicle. And like Brenda said, when they buy a new car, they want to take care of it. And when they can do it with one stop and not have to, like Tully said, have to call and schedule for next week and whatever, it just ties it all together and makes a win-win for everybody.
Now, Nick, you're out on the service drive. You're dealing with guests on a regular basis. They're coming in for routine maintenance, as Brent has been telling us. Nick, tell us about how this is received on the service side when customers come in for convenience.
We want it to be a very seamless effort event for the customer. We pretty much want to treat it just like a recall, just like a routine oil change. It's just a normal service that we provide now. You come in, address your issues. I got a chip here. I got a dent here. I got this. No problem. We'll take care of it. And especially with having Radiant Ride's BDC here to help and assist, it makes it easy for us to do the job too. We really don't have to do as much as we used to in the past. Bottom line is, it gets our CSI up because the customer's happy that they didn't have to do anything but point to what was wrong with their car. It makes the retention, they're going to keep coming back because they know that it was a very satisfying event for them because they didn't have to do much. Customers now do not want to go place to place to place. You don't want to go to a restaurant and go to another place to eat a different meal. You want everything right there. You want that buffet. We're the buffet of automotive. So
good
it works
analogy.
out pretty well.
How long did you work on that?
I love that analogy. And Nick, do customers know it by the branding like that that Brenda's showing us? They know the Radiant Ride?
They call it out by name. I have Radiant Ride. That's one of the first things they say. All right, let's go jump on it. Let's take a look at what we need done and let's get it addressed.
Sticks.
Yeah, to your
You
point,
got a lot of
Nick,
great feedback here.
No, absolutely. It's where the rubber meets the road. When that customer pulls up to the service drive, and Tully, to your point, you got your in-house guys. Central Valley, they have their in-house guys too. It's a logistic that you're going to have to look at putting together, is having a team of people that are on the spot to meet that repair need in the service drive. The product really sells itself because of the convenience. Central Valley does a really good job in finance, making the product available, but where the rubber meets the road is the engagement in the service drive with the customer. Execution of that routine maintenance and being proactive to help that customer Cosmetic with the cosmetic repairs exceeds every time. Customers come in, we exceed their expectations. It helps with CSI, convenience. It's all in that line there. It's designed for a purpose. It's designed for a purpose. And
go ahead.
It's easier said than done. I mean, to be able to come into a store and pull cosmetic repairs off during routine maintenance, it's a little easier said than done. You have to have a little strategic thought process between finance and service, all right, to make it together, all right, make it happen. And to your point, Tully, no walls, and to your point, Brent, no walls. All departments are working collaboratively to deliver that experience that keeps the customer coming back.
Brent, was this difficult to get started? To get Radiant Ride up and running? Take us back to that, if you don't mind.
No, not really. Not I mean, it's been a long time, but it was, and I would say, Earl makes it easy because the training that my staff gets in all departments, he and his team are always at our disposal. We can have them anytime. We run sales contests. We fire it up. You have those times where the numbers will drop, the penetration numbers drop a little bit. All right, let's call sticks. Let's fire it up again. There he is the next day, barbecuing for us and doing training sessions for our team. And he does it. He's heavily hands-on in the trenches with our team and along with Kelly. But it's been that's probably the best part is the support we get. And just like any store, we've got a fair amount of turnover that can happen. So you're always having you have new people that need to be introduced to the product. Then you've got your veterans that have to be reintroduced to the product, right? So he does a great job of that, and I would say that's hands down. It's all about the support and training for sure.
Absolutely. And go ahead. And Brent, one of the things that we're talking about evolving, a lot of instances, consumers are coming from outside of the Central Valley to purchase a vehicle. Kelly, could you elaborate a little bit about how we deliver that Central Valley service for customers that, live outside of Northern California and they move to Las Vegas or Salt Lake City, Utah, but they bought their car from Central Valley Automotive?
Sure. So as I mentioned before, we always, of course, try to drive the customer back to the dealership, but should they buy their car and move out of state and they call us to schedule a repair, we send a mobile technician straight to their home to make the repair. It's no additional cost. It's just part of their contract. But it's not just for people out of state. I mean, we have a lot of people call that say, no, I do live in Modesto, but it's really hard with my work schedule, or I have a disability and I can't get there. Is there anything you can do to help me out? Well, we'll still send a mobile tech to their house. And even though they're not coming back into the dealership, they're really impressed by that. And the dealership and Radiant Ride to the customer are the same thing a lot of times. So they're just, they think it's the dealership, sending someone to their home, and they're just blown away by that. So yeah, we have a network of mobile technicians all over the United States, and we can always send someone to their home.
Ed, I'm wondering if you might have a follow-up question, Ed, on that.
Well, I got a follow-up comment to that. We talk about retention, and anytime you send someone to their home or to them and meet them on their terms, we create that loyalty. We think the loyalty is bringing them back to the store, but the loyalty is making them only think about you when they're in the market. That's true retention. And when you get retention down, like Brent said earlier, you don't have to chase conquest.
No.
Absolutely.
Sticks, that's powerful stuff.
No, it's just elevating that customer expectation. This area of repairs, cosmetic reconditioning service, there is a tremendous opportunity for dealerships to explore making this more mass market to consumers across the country. We take a lot of pride of what we're doing with dealers in Northern California. We like to think we're ahead of the curve, but our mission over the long term will be to just promote this concept to other dealerships and show them how this is going to benefit the customer experience, retention, and build their brand, build the dealership brand by meeting customer demand on convenience.
Tully, you may have some input on this as well.
I also want to take it another way, and Ed commented on in the very beginning is that what is when we look at today's market, what is the biggest thing that the variable side needs is used automobiles, right? And as we look at building retention and trying to get someone into the next car and buy a car, what is the best used car you can buy? A used car with VSC and Cosmetic on it, hands down, because they actually will get everything fixed. So I think our goal is that when you're looking at this side, let's be a little selfish. Let's make sure that the customer is getting great quality, building that retention, and we're going to have a great used car one day if we keep them inside where they do a trade-in or even sell it to us. So think about both sides. Keep that customer for life and keep that used car for life.
And reduce
Absolutely,
recon
Tully.
time.
One point. Go ahead, Ed.
Reduce recon time and recon dollars.
Got it.
Well, I like recon dollars.
Chelsea?
I do too.
Hold again the next time. I'm buying already, and then keep them coming back.
Got it. And I like to always, if we're offering a customer a service that they otherwise can't get anywhere else, that in itself increases the likelihood of them buying their next car from you, right? There's no other place there's no other retail service outlet that can perform cosmetic reconditioning repairs and routine maintenance during the same service visit. Dealerships can leverage that. They can dominate this space and gain a competitive edge by doing so.
You've got a great differentiator. Yeah, big time. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And Sticks, I've seen the photos, I've seen video of dealerships like this. You know, Brenda's got that radiant ride. You know, she's got the branding right there. Brenda, customers see that when they come in and it's on the showroom floor and it's very visible to them.
Yes, when they sit, most our new customers that have never been here, like I think Kelly said that we are getting customers from outside Modesto area. The first thing they ask is, "Oh, what's that? You know, oh, how do I get that box? Or can you explain? Can you tell me more?" But our sales reps, we have the environment here when it comes to Radiant Ride. It's very known. We let our customers ahead of time from, you know, when we're showing the vehicles. We're showing the pencil. Oh, by the way, you know, we have this product. My finance manager will go deep further. You know, we'll give you more information on it. So when they come in here, they want to know, or they already know because our salesperson did such a great job explaining it. But yeah, that's the first thing they ask. What's that? How do I get the box? So it's very noticeable.
Brent, I know that when the customers are surveyed and, you know, they give their feedback, I know that you don't just look at that, but you look at what the comments are. What kind of things do you see and hear that customers say about this experience that's different at your organization than at others?
Well, you know, I would say the biggest part that we've worked hard to change is just the speed of the time. You know, again, we talk about convenience, right? And you know, our salespeople do a hell of a job teeing up everything, you know, so it makes Brenda's job and Chelsea's job a lot easier, and they're real clear on what they're buying before they come see Nick, right? So, yeah, I mean, I'd say we've cut the transaction time down a lot, and that is felt in our surveys, just because we've eliminated the back and forth, the traditional back and forth that still unfortunately goes on in some dealerships. But you know, along with Earl's marketing and branding on our showroom, like Brenda says, I mean, they're always asking about it. And everybody's, you know, trained by Kelly and Earl. And so it's just it's a seamless discussion. It leads to sales and enhanced profits and everything. So it's a no-brainer.
And Nick, when I come in on the service drive as a customer, you know, and I've got that Radiant Ride, it makes it real easy. And I bet you customers, if they didn't have that, you know, pick up real quick on customers who do, right? And that's something that they would want to have for their vehicle, maybe the next time.
Absolutely. The customers that haven't purchased that product, it does still allow us the opportunity to service their vehicle or even recommend. And we've sold Radiant Ride in the service drive before. You know, if they need a product or a service like that, let's introduce them up to Brenda in finance and get that relationship going and bring them back into the service department with a wonderful product in their hands.
And Brenda, it seems to me that the relationship at your dealership between, like Nick is saying, between service and finances is a pretty good relationship. And you've got a lot of conversation, a lot of communication there.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of customers say, "Oh, I like that guy." "Oh, what's that guy's?" "Oh, it's Nick." So or they know the service advisors by their names, and I think that's really important because there's the trust between customers. I have to trust a person. That you gotta keep in mind their cars are here at their shops. So they trust our service advisors, and that leads to talking about cosmetics repair and and leads to, I don't have a lot of time, can you take care of me today? Of course, we'll take care of you today. So there's a lot of loyalty. I'm personally a loyal person, and I appreciate customers being loyal to us. And that relationship with the service advisors, I think it's extremely important when it comes down to taking care of their cosmetic repairs and all of that. So
Sticks, you got the retail feedback here. You got the real world stories. You got Ed Roberts. You got Tully and Ted all leaning in, right, to find out more. And I know our audience is doing the same thing. So first of all, Sticks, congratulations to you and Brent and the entire team and what you're doing here, because this is a real big differentiator. Sticks, what's next? How do we find out more? How does our audience become a certified Radiant Ride dealership? What do we do?
First of all, Ted, thank you for putting this together. Just a great panel, feedback, and having Ed, Tully, Brent, Chelsea, Nick, Brenda, Kelly, all basically sharing the different dynamics that make Radiant Ride Certified unique. Thank you very much. Great, great, great feedback. But to get started and to learn more about Radiant Ride, they can go to radiantride.com.
Okay.
And send in an inquiry. Or dealers can reach out to Kelly or me through LinkedIn, and or just Google us. Google Radiant Ride, and you'll find all our contact information through Google, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram. What's the other one, Kelly, that we use? YouTube.
You're not a TikToker
It's
yet,
funny.
Radiant.
All of the we have video content for all of the Central Valley Automotive stores, and we showcase it on YouTube. We showcase the whole idea of one-stop destination for cosmetic repairs. And what Brent has done is he's linked those videos on the dealer's website so that the customers, they're invariably surf the sites for vehicles. They're going to see a YouTube video about Radiant Ride on their website, and it's also featured, I believe, in Roadster.
Yep. They can buy it
Roadster.
before they come.
And Darwin.
Yes.
Darwin. Have it on Darwin
Darwin,
too.
excuse me.
Oh,
Darwin
is it
and
really?
Roadster.
Oh, wow.
We have videos on the presentation. When we do the presentation, sometimes it's easier to a lot of customers are visual customers. So, clicking that play button makes it easier. It sells itself. So yeah, we have videos on Darwin too.
And Sticks, can I be anywhere in the United States? Can I be down in, let's say, St. Augustine, Florida, and get a program like this? Is that available to me?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We have the entire program available to, just like Zoom conferences. Kelly would be happy to fly to Florida and provide training, I'm sure.
So would we. We'd like to as well.
Oh, absolutely. Hit, Ed. Yeah, for sure.
Hey, Kelly, great job on social media. I love, by the way, the post that you got going, and I see the Radiant Ride brand growing and growing. So I want to thank the panel. I want to thank Nick. I want to thank Brenda, Chelsea, Kelly, Brent. Congratulations to you. Great job on something that's brand new and different. Love the energy. Love the enthusiasm. Tully and Ed, the anchors here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Love the message here. And Earl Sticks Brown, everybody, reach out to him down below. You've got the Radiant Ride email address. You've got Sticks on social media as well. Everybody, have a happy Thanksgiving to you and your families. The Radiant Ride panel here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye now.
The number one benefit of Radiant Ride is convenience for the customer. Whenever they're coming in for maintenance, they're able to come in, get their basic services done, but also take care of the windshields, the wheels, the dents at the same time, allowing us to make it a seamless effort for them.
It's a great benefit, and I've had several customers that I personally know that have purchased Radiant Ride and have told me how great it is. They know that they got a windshield star or other issue with the vehicle, and they don't have to panic because they know, hey, when I go in to get my car serviced next, I'll just get it all taken care of at once, and they love the convenience.
Well, that's what's worked out so well. We've been able to just take care of the regularly scheduled maintenance along with any warranty work or whatever, and we can take care of, you know, what the program has to offer. And so you can encompass the whole experience under one umbrella, and that's what's worked so well for us.
There's a lot of great benefits to Radiant Ride, especially the customer retention. Being able to have customers come back to your dealership. The convenience factor of it, you know, being local, you know, and if there's somebody far away, guess what? Radiant Ride will go to them as well. To be able to have a product that, you know, that takes care of all those things, and for a customer to come into a dealership where they bought it from, and for us to be able to hold on to that customer. You know, it's important. You know, it just brings them back every time. And if they're in here for their third, fourth, fifth year of issues, and at that time they're looking at buying a new car because they're so well taken care of, it's a great tool for the dealership as well. So it's a win-win situation for everybody.
You know, with Radiant Ride, that helps us become a one-stop shop for all their needs. You know, we don't have to, you know, they don't have to worry about going anywhere else for any of their vehicle needs at all. There's other dealers out there. The great thing about Radiant Ride is the support behind the scenes. You know, if there's ever any issues or questionable situations, Radiant Ride always stands behind the product and is there for the customer.
Curious for a peek into the future of automotive retail? Look no further than our next speaker, Steve Greenfield.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Steve Greenfield from Automotive Ventures is everywhere in the industry. You can't help but notice all of the events and all of the news that Steve is involved in, bringing things to the forefront. We are very honored to have him at the conference. Steve, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Ted, as always, thanks for having me. It's a thrill to be here.
You are really spot on with this speed of acceleration and all the change that's happening in retail. I enjoyed the book. A lot of the folks in our company now have read it, and you know, what a great and current tool to be able to refer to in our industry.
Well, thanks. I mean, you never know when you write these things how they're going to be received, but I'm very appreciative of the positive feedback we've had so far.
Well, I'm excited to hear what you've got to share today. I know there's a lot of timely topics, so with that, I'll let you get rolling.
Okay, great. Well, thanks, Ted. Appreciate it very much. And we've got some interesting content here, and I'm sure you have a good narrative. But the book is available, as you mentioned, and a lot of what I'm going to present today is extracted from the book. But you can find it on Amazon. You can get an Audible version as well that I've recorded. So if you want to hear my voice for 6.5 hours, then you can download that. I think it may be free if you're an Amazon Prime customer. But let's talk about two areas of the book. You know, this is presenting the 8 sections of the book as I break them out in order. But I think for today's audience, Ted, I really wanted to dig into connectivity and then the servicing of vehicles and the impact here. So let's dig in. You know, I think for the last 5 or 7 years, we've been talking about connected vehicles. And at this point, almost every vehicle that's being built is connected now. You know, the OEMs and the dealers will be able to get data off of those sensors on the vehicle and also potentially communicate back to the consumer themselves, right? So it was telling to me that back in October last year, the CEO of GM sort of was at an investor conference and said, look, you know, think of us as being a software company, and we're going to sell a device like a phone, but on top of that device, we're going to be able to sell consumers subsequently services. And it really caught the interest of Wall Street analysts, and I think was a good sort of analog or metaphor for where the industry is going. And, you know, the OEMs are putting their money where their mouth is. And we saw, you know, just last month, that Hyundai said that they were going to spend $12.6 billion to be a term that you're going to hear more of now, a software-defined OEM or a software-defined vehicle. And, all of them have seen what Tesla's been able to do. And whether you love or you hate Tesla, you sit in a Tesla and you understand they started with being intentional around what the software would be able to do. And then the car was all secondary to that interface with that big screen on the dash. I think the other OEMs are figuring out, for reasons I'm about to present here, that they need to build their competency in software. And the interesting thing is, at the same time that these big legacy OEMs are spending billions of dollars to retool their factories and make the jump from ICE vehicles to EVs, they're also trying to undertake redefining themselves as software companies. So we know that through this transition, which is always painful, they'll blow billions of dollars and they won't always hit the mark. So there will be failures here, but it'll be interesting to see, if we look fast forward 5 or 10 years, how many of these legacy OEMs just weren't able to bridge that chasm and weren't able to kind of redefine themselves as software companies. And I think unless they can, they do run the risk of being left behind.
It is a breath of fresh air, Steve, because you use that term legacy. This has been a legacy industry for a long time, poised for disruption. And now we see it everywhere we turn, left and right.
Yeah. And in that same vein, you look at what's happening. Again, recent news here from about a month ago, BMW partnering up with Amazon. Mm-hmm. So Amazon is putting more force behind connectivity within the car. And the other thing that has to play out over time, and who knows how it will play out, is the fact that, if you talk to the younger generation, what matters to them? It matters that you can transition easily from the applications on my phone into the applications on the dash in the vehicle, CarPlay, Android, etc. It's one of the primary things that, younger folks aren't as interested as, you and I would have been, Ted, with performance of the car. It's more, does all the electronics work seamlessly and help complement where I am in my life? So, there will be this too, like who is going to own that dashboard experience in the future? Because the OEMs are digging in and saying, we don't want to concede too much control to Apple or Android. But Apple and Android are saying, look, the dash experience within the car should just be an extension of what a consumer is already conditioned with their apps on their phone. And I think this is going to be a huge point of friction going forward.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And you and I were the younger generation at one time as well, and we were interested in the electronics of the day, which are nowhere near what is today.
Right, exactly right. So we look at the manufacturers just leaning into that same vein. It's like GM has said, hey, we generate about $2 billion today in subscription services. It's all called OnStar, and we want to grow that to 25 billion by 2030. By offering all these additional services on the vehicle. And, 6 billion of that 25 billion, they hope will be usage-based insurance. So in other words, allow the car to track my driving patterns. Do I speed? Do I run stop signs? Do I brake aggressively? And then if I am gentle on the car and I'm a good driver, reward me. But what we don't know is, how that's going to butt up against privacy issues. And, I think it may be generational. I know for me, I hate to admit how I drive, but I would never want anyone tracking or my insurance rates being judged by how aggressively I drive. But maybe a younger generation will. But I do think that there will be this interesting balance between what a consumer is willing to allow an OEM or insurance company to track, and those that opt in to say, okay, but I do believe I'm a gentle driver and I'll be able to experience lower rates. But I think that there'll be all kinds of friction in that back and forth. And then, following up, Stellantis, which is the Fiat, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram brands, they've said the same thing. We're going to generate over $20 billion a year in new software subscriptions sold to consumers that have bought vehicles. And Ford's done the same thing. They said that it'll be more than $20 billion a year. So you add those up, and if you add all the OEMs up, we're going to be in for $100 billion plus of new high profit margin revenue being generated off of cars. And it'll be an interesting sort of future based on now the car is being connected, being very software first, and being able to activate a lot of features via the push notifications to the cars themselves.
And Steve, to the multiple times you referred to it, the computer, what we have referred to as the car, now the computer, is really going to be the new battleground where a lot of these, turf wars are going to be decided as far as who controls what.
100% agreed. And will it be software companies like I said, Apple or Google, or will it be the OEMs themselves that build the software? I mean, I am concerned that the OEMs need to build cars, not necessarily build software. But we'll see how this all plays out.
Well,
yeah. So speaking of Tesla, and I'll mention Tesla a couple more times today because they have sort of innovated this software first approach to vehicles. But interesting article here from about a year and a half ago, where on the Tesla Model 3, which was relatively new, Tesla announced, hey, we're going to actually remove a feature. We're going to remove the passenger seat adjustable lumbar support, because we're able to monitor how often that feature is used, and it's hardly ever used.
Amazing.
So yeah, we are entering a new era where the OEMs are going to be able to literally keep an eye on which features, which buttons on the dash you push and how frequently. And for those buttons that aren't used very often, the ones that are used very often, they may be able to charge you more. And the ones that aren't used, they may just decontent the car and take those features out entirely.
This connected car is going to have ripple effects throughout the retail organizations, because it's going to have great consequences in terms of people, how we deploy them, from technicians all the way through the soft skills.
Yeah, anyone who touches the car, whether it's on the production line, the design, the production line, or servicing afterwards, is going to have to have an enhanced set of tools and sophistication and skill sets. No doubt. So let's then, get into the fun stuff. So what kinds of features might we be selling to consumers that they're paying for? And there's a lot of friction in the market right now. We're hearing in the news cycle, et cetera. BMW got a lot of blowback here a couple of months ago, where not in the U.S. but internationally, they said, look, rear heated seats, consumers in the future is going to be able to either pay in advance $1,500 to have it for the lifetime of their car, or on any given month they want to activate those rear heated seats. It'll cost them $18 for that month. We've heard Porsche say that in the future you're going to be able to unlock an additional 50 horsepower on any Porsche vehicle anytime you want. I've heard recently that certain OEMs are going to, when you get stranded on the side of the road and your EV is out of juice, you're going to be able to go on the manufacturer's app, and for an additional cost of $100, unlock an additional 50 miles.
Wow, I had not heard that.
Yes. So I mean, it's interesting, and consumers, they run the risk of the perception being death by a thousand cuts for sure. But I would argue that we're kind of already there. When you look at, I pulled the most frequently purchased apps for last year, not this year, but last year. And I don't know about your credit card bill, but my credit card bill is overrun with a lot of software products that we buy for the house. And I think that, especially with a younger generation of consumers, they're just used to paying things, bite-sized chunks and pay by the month. So I think we've already started to condition a new generation of car buyers and owners that are going to be used to paying for things as they need them.
This changes the automotive retail landscape. However, it ties into everything that's happening right now in our economy. So,
Well, it does, and that you're leading the witness here, because I think that the question will be, how are all these new revenues, $20 billion for this OEM, $20 billion for this automaker, divided between the automaker and the dealer? Like, for example, when a consumer does get stranded at the side of the road and does pay the manufacturer $100 to unlock battery usage, will any of that revenue get shared back with the dealers? And we're starting to see this play out in the courts now. Some of the dealer council are starting to pre-negotiate future revenue share off of subscription services, and I would imagine it'll run the gauntlet, right? We'll have some manufacturers that are very generous with their dealers, and some manufacturers that aren't generous at all, and we'll see sort of how this plays out in the next couple of years.
Fascinating, and it's in the news as well, and you can't help but think this is going to be no matter what, Steve, it's going to be an exciting time to see how it plays out.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt. So let me move ahead now to servicing of vehicles, which is very, very related. But and let's talk about over-the-air updates, because I think this has the most potential to be, I wouldn't use the word disruptive necessarily, but change the way that consumers interact with dealers and their service lanes and fixed ops in general. So if we look back 5 years, again, using Tesla as the example, if you remember, when Tesla first launched that first vehicle, the Model 3, Consumer Reports tested the vehicle and gave a very bad rating because of its braking. They said, this car brakes worse than a Ford F-150. And, Elon Musk wasn't very happy and, asked them, to retest the car. And they dug in their heels and said, no, we wouldn't have any difference. But, after 3 or 4 days, Elon finally got them to break down and retest the car. And magically, the car's braking distance from 60 miles an hour to 0 shrunk by 20 feet. No one from Tesla had touched that car physically, but what they had done is they'd sent a software update, and that software update had changed the driving characteristics of the car. And this really, like 5 years ago now, opened the world's eyes to say, well, hold on a second here. If we can change the driving dynamics of a car without ever touching it, what else could we do to the car? Which opened this Pandora's box around all these subscription services that the OEMs now are dreaming up. But it is a new world now where a lot of the work on the vehicle can be done without ever touching the vehicle at all. And so if we look at drag this trend out a few years, consulting firms, whether they're right or not, we'll see over time, but believe that potentially a third of the existing warranty work might go away entirely because the work can effectively be pushed overnight via a Wi-Fi connection to the car. And you wake up the next day, you hop in your car, on the main screen it may say, hey, we've updated your operating software and corrected these 3 errors, kind of like you would on your phone. Sure. And then the dealers are going to see these cars less frequently as a result.
That's amazing.
Amazing and a little unsettling as well at the same time.
Yes.
And then if you look, another consulting firm said, what could be the cost savings to all the OEMs given over-the-air updates, which you can think from the manufacturers, they're saying, oh, okay, well, recalls are expensive to us. Even paid warranty work is expensive to us. And if we can forego some of those costs, because now we can just push software updates to the cars, and the cars don't have to go through the dealers, where the dealers get reimbursed from the manufacturer. These are billions of dollars. That's what the height of the bars are. And this consulting firm, IHS Markit, is expecting that within a few years, by 2025, OEMs will save about $60 billion a year in costs via over-the-air updates. And all of those costs will flow through as profit to the OEMs, additional profit.
And look where we are now. And this is only the next 2, maybe 3 years. These are huge numbers. And going back to what I mentioned earlier, the implications at the dealership, the way we process warranty, as from our friend Jim Roche, is changing rapidly. Yep. And now the implications in terms of personnel at the store and are going to be wide ranging.
No doubt. Exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself. And then the last dynamic, obviously, that everyone's talking about is EVs, and the fact that the actual drivetrain is much less complex. You don't need oil changes. You don't need spark plug changes. And these cars are heavier and have a lot more torque. So they will need tires much more frequently. And you're starting to see some companies innovate, tire subscriptions and these kinds of things. But I would suspect that, the first year or two of the EVs, they'll have a lot of warranty work that needs to be done, because the first generation of any vehicle is hard, especially with new technology. But over time, I would suspect that the actual service intervals will become a lot longer. And these cars won't need to come in for the regular service that we would have typically have seen on the internal combustion engine vehicle. And then if you look at,
by the way, and to go back to that last slide, if I may, I think the dealers are the ones who have really forged that relationship with the consumer. Unlike, although Tesla has done extremely well with that model, the dealers are the ones with the relationships. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out with those intervals, based on that customer retention focus that the dealers have.
Yeah, I think the flip side of this, as I talk to dealers right now, I believe that the defect rate at the end of the warranty is going to reduce tremendously, because these cars are just going to be dangerous to work on because of the voltage. Yeah. But the sophistication of the technician and the specialized tools to work on these cars as they have more electronics. I mean, the defect rate at the end of the warranty period, consumers are going to be fearful not to go back to their franchise dealers to have the cars worked on. So while the service intervals might be longer, I think the billable rate's going to be higher because you're going to have a technician that's more skilled with more sophisticated equipment, and you're not going to lose nearly as many consumers at the end of the warranty period.
Right. That's right. You're going to stick with the dealer.
They stick with the dealer. But because there are fewer parts in the drivetrain, this is McKinsey, a different consulting firm, that forecasts that over the lifetime of a plug-in battery vehicle, there's going to be about 40% fewer parts sold for that vehicle, which is going to impact dealers and also impact OEMs, because OEMs typically have a nice, healthy wholesale business around OEM parts. So there is that as well. And then, this was Jose Munoz, who recently got promoted to global president and COO of Hyundai. But, his rule of thumb, about a year ago or so, he was quoted as saying, they're going to require about 1/3 of the service needs of a typical internal combustion engine vehicle. So as long as dealers are aware of this, and as they sell EVs, there's going to be different ways to interact with those consumers. But things are going to change as more EVs come on into the mainstream.
Amazing. Well,
and then
I know our audience is resilient, and if anyone's going to figure it out, our dealers will.
Yeah, what gives me hope, like I said, it's good. The cars are going to get very complex, and consumers are going to have to use the franchise dealer to work on them. And then we've got all these opportunities to sell subscription services, like I said earlier, all of which is going to be almost pure profit margin every time you sell the ability to unlock a feature on a car. And the OEMs that do share a lot of that revenue back with dealers, it's going to be a windfall of revenue and profitability for dealers.
Amazing.
So last thing I'll wrap up with is, and you and I've talked about this often, but these right to repair acts and how this will play out, because we know that the government in certain states is going to try to enforce the OEMs leaving the kind of quote unquote software platform open for other folks to be able to monitor the vehicles and repair these vehicles. But then you need to reconcile that with the fact, what I said earlier, the cars are going to become very complex, very technology heavy. And you're going to need a very, very sophisticated technician and tools to work on the cars. It's not going to be as easy as driving into your local quick lube place to work on the car. When something goes wrong on one of these cars, I think there's going to be a high loyalty back to the franchise dealers. So while there may be legislation to say that, hey, we're going to open this up and allow anyone to repair these vehicles, practically, I have a hard time reconciling that with, I think consumers are going to be fearful of anyone working on their car other than the franchise dealer, which I think is going to be great for dealers.
I agree. And we're hearing the same thing. Exactly.
Yeah. So that's all I have. You can contact me online, and I love the show and happy to interact with any of your viewers. But any other questions that you have? I mean, it's a lot to lay on you here today.
No, I wouldn't expect any less, Steve. In fact, we had an earlier segment. I'll leave you and the audience with this. We haven't heard about autonomous vehicles as much lately in the news, but we know that is one of the points that you had on the screen earlier, and that's in the book, and we know that it's coming. So one of our dealers mentioned in an earlier segment that, this is really, everything you're talking about, the connected vehicle, is really just the beginning, because he said, it may be 10, 12, 15 years from now, but there's going to come a point where the vehicle will be able to come into the dealer for service, but the car will be driving autonomously back to the store to have the service performed overnight and back in the driveway the following morning. And you know what? That's not so far-fetched.
It's not, especially at night. The cars can be driving slowly on highways when no one else is on the highway. So I think we will see that soon for certain brands, and it'll be eerie, but it's coming.
Steve, amazing the pace of change, and you are leading the way, and you're pointing all this out to our audience. So congratulations to you on the book, all the success that you're having. And again, a great honor to have you here. If our audience wants to reach out, again, Steve's book is on Amazon. Steve Greenfield is the CEO and founder of Automotive Ventures. AutomotiveVentures.com. His email is on the screen, and I know able to reach on LinkedIn and on social media. So Steve, on behalf of the Fixed Ops community, have a happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, and thank you so much for all you do.
Ted, thanks for having me, and thanks for everything you do for the industry.
Steve Greenfield from Automotive Ventures here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Take a moment now to remove your mask and step off the dance floor so you can scan the QR code on your screen to vote for the Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the show. Remember, every vote counts, so make sure to vote for the 5 speakers or panelists whom you think are the best on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And don't forget, you can only vote once. Up next, Brook.ai welcomes Tekion to the family with Tully Williams and Shawn Kingery.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It was just 2 months ago that we talked about Brook AI and a lot of the new technology that's entering dealerships. Tully Williams and Shawn Kingery were very much involved in that conversation. I'd like to welcome 2 new panelists to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. They are Ashleigh Ellis from Brook AI. Ashleigh, a long time coming. Welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted.
And
Happy to finally be here.
And Christina from Tekion, who is the, Christina, I understand, the implementation manager. Is that right?
Yes, implementation manager.
Well,
Yes,
congratulations to you at Tekion. You're taking the world by storm, and a lot of great things happening. So, actually, I gotta tell you, a lot of what happens at Brook, you are responsible for putting a lot of the things behind the scenes together. So, I'm very grateful to you and all your hard work on the Brook AI side.
Yep, thank you.
All right, so a big announcement, okay, coming here in that Brook AI welcomes Tekion. So Ashleigh, give us some of the backstory behind that before I ask a little bit more of Christina.
Yeah, so when we first launched Brook AI, we went straight to the scheduling tool with a great partnership with Xtime, and we did it so that we could understand how Brook needs to perform for the dealership and for customers. And that launch went amazingly. Brook's been in the market now for more than a year and a half, almost 240 dealers now. And then we went directly to the DMS. And when we did that, we had to build a specific scheduler for Brook because all of the DMSs were lacking some of those controls that matter for customer retention, for loyalty, for making it easier for our employees to embrace new technology. So we built the scheduler and tool, and we had a great time launching that too. But when Tekion came on board, it really gave us a new opportunity with a product that is so heavily focused on changing the game for DMS and making it something that works for today's world, for today's customers, for today's staff who are tasked with a lot of different workflows all at the same time. So the Tekion partnership has been a lot of fun from investigation to launching, and we've got our first few stores live and some really, really big announcements coming with that.
So Tully, I know to you, integration is important, and I think Ashleigh is singing your tune with that new technology.
It is, when you look at our industry, we're kind of like, it takes us a while to get there. And, and I'm going to say less silver, electronic inspection changed our market. Xtime changed what happens with our scheduling. And now Brook AI brings in new technology that we're used to. Like when we call Amazon or we call our cell company or whatever, we're talking to people like that. People are getting used to it. But then you bring in Tekion, which is the DMS, which is the holy grail of everything. And if it doesn't integrate with your DMS, it just doesn't work. And the problem we have now is that we're still kind of in that old way. And it's great to hear is that we're allowing new technology to come together, work with our DMS, which in turn does what? Drives that repeat and referral business. Make it easier for our customers to do business. Make it easier for our employees to help our customers make it easy. That is the trick. That is the holy grail.
So Tully, you've got a 10-dealer group there in Sacramento, California, the Nilo Company, 101 years in business. Shawn Kingery, your VP of Fixed Operations up in Wisconsin now, 7-dealer group. Congratulations on that. Talk to us about integration, Shawn, before I come over to Christina.
It's funny because actually, and I said we had a meeting last night with the dealer principals and with the general managers and had another conference call this morning. I'm with a group now that has 3 different DMSs within 7 stores. As they buy a store, they haven't made the changes. And I watch Tully cringe when I say that, but I've been on the other side of it where we did buy sells in my previous life when the biggest thing that hurt was the DMS changes. It was a culture shock on day one. The support was lacking, to say the least, because they don't send the A teams out, let's be honest, especially if it's a smaller store. And this is all about customer focusing at this point, guys. I was at a store this morning right outside of Green Bay, and literally it doesn't integrate with Chrysler's Y Advisor tool on a DMS. And that was shocking for me that that's such an integral part of that OEM's thing. How do you not integrate? How are you not customer focused? And to Tully's point, guys, if it's not repeat and referral, it doesn't help. If it hinders the advisor, they're not going to use it. They're going to work around it. They're going to find a way to get that client in front of them as quickly as possible every single time.
So Christina, implementation, you and your teams are out at the dealerships. Talk to us a little bit about that and about Tekion and about how it was built differently from other tech providers.
Sure. Yeah, so Tekion was designed with the consumer experience in mind first and foremost. So creating a memorable experience for the consumer in Tekion as the advisor walks through all of the processes, an end-to-end seamless experience. Our goal is to also partner with the strongest tools in the industry so the integrations come in point as well, making sure that we have that relationship and connection to build the best experience for the consumer, as mentioned. It's completely flexible and designed to match the dealership's processes and help them build better processes for their departments that they may not have envisioned or imagined for themselves as well. So, yep.
So, Christina, I got to tell you that the people on the panel today, Ashleigh, Shawn, and Tully, they're all about a better customer or consumer experience. Give us a little backstory on that, Christina. How does Tekion help enable that better consumer experience?
Sure. So it's an end-to-end platform. Every step of the way within Tekion, we're trying to create an experience where the guest starts at one point, ends at another, and doesn't feel like they're jumping through hoops to get to certain processes. So for whether it's starting an appointment, getting the notification that you've created the appointment, maybe you need to add a job on that you didn't realize you wanted, but we have our AI in the system to recommend that based on your vehicle. So maybe there's a service that you didn't know you might need, but now you realized, oh, I haven't gotten my brake pads changed in a while. So you can add that on. Going on into that, once you create the RO, we have the full communication with the guest. You can customize that as a dealer partner to put your own verbiage in there and create a unique experience for the guest as well. On going to the consumer portal platform where they can track all of their repair orders that are working through the system, as well as pay at the very end. So it's a one-to-one, end-to-end experience for the guest.
Yeah.
Wow, that last part, very interesting, Ashleigh, about the consumer.
Yeah. It's really interesting as we put this together, and we also launch Brooke's ability to look for open recalls and recommended maintenance and add that to their appointment. So if they have recommended maintenance coming up, Brooke will say, hey, do you want to go ahead and add that? We're seeing above 90% of people saying, yeah, let's add it. Or if there's an open recall, yeah, go ahead and add it. And so for both perspectives, from Tekion to Brooke, I mean, that's just RO value. The customer doesn't come back. The customer's not surprised when they get to the store that there's recalls and everything that needs to be done. I mean, where the whole experience is meant to get market adoption, to get them to love and understand and use Brooke during hours and after hours.
So, Tully, this is way different than what we've seen historically in the retail auto business.
You know, the hardest part is that when you're making an appointment, is that because we're in the 1930s, when we make an appointment, you click a box and then you have 40,000 things to check from. Okay, that doesn't work. Customers want to say, I'm coming in for my next service. We should say, your next service is this. And oh, by the way, last time you were here, you said no to these items. And during a recommendation mileage, there is a recall. Would you like us to add it? Not by, do we need to check the recalls now? You know, that's not what we want. We want to make it easy for the customer. And that's the missing piece that we've had, right? We're just getting into showing videos today. Look at this, bill pay. It's a new experience, which has been around for the last 20 years. So I think that it's really nice to see how automotive and fixed ops, thanks to you, Ted, is moving forward. And these new technologies are coming out that make our life easier, which in turns makes our customers' life easier, which in turns is repeat referral business.
Christina, how does the dealership staff adapt to a transition like Tekion when you come in and, implement that at the dealership level?
So it's similar to a lot of other web-based programs, and it's completely different from any other DMS. So in some of your web-based programs that you use on a day-to-day basis in Google, it works just like that. So a lot of the user experience for the dealership staff is intuitive. They can pick up on it quicker. It, of course, change is never easy, but as far as learning and adoption and finding the items quicker and faster, it is a lot more user-friendly, as well as the flow throughout the system. So not only with the consumer experience, with the dealership and in staff experience, we want to make sure that everything makes sense to them and flows nicely. So we're working on both of them all the time. But yeah, the staffs tend to pick up pretty quick because it's what they're used to on a day-to-day basis.
So, Shawn, these are two disruptors in our business, Tekion and Brooke.ai. Disruptors, Shawn Kingery, our industry has been ripe for disruption for a long time.
And you're dead on there. And what Tully said is great. Tully can say we're stuck in the 30s. I'll be nice and say we're stuck in the 50s. Listen, when we launched Brook AI in my previous life, guys, you talk about changes and easy, and you ask where Tekion fits into that. You're going to find that the staff, if it makes it their job easier, is welcoming to it. Because for those advisors on the front line, on our side of the house, who are writing service, we don't make it easy on them. We make it hard. And what do? We throw more tools on them and more tools on them and more tools on them. And like we talked about, if it doesn't integrate, it doesn't matter. Because if it doesn't integrate, again, they're not going to use it. You have to make it user-friendly. It has to be the endpoint friendly. Put yourself on the advisor desk one time and write a repair order. Watch how hard we make it by adding all these tools after tools after tools that don't play nice with each other. And again, Tully, what's CSI stand for? Customer supplied income, guys. I use it in all my stores now. And by the way, I give Tully full credit for that line every time I use it. I used it yesterday with the dealer principals. It's customer supplied income. We don't make it friendly for the advisors, which ultimately doesn't make it friendly for the customer.
Yeah. I think one of the biggest things we saw with Tekion that was different than with the other DMSs is the onboarding process has been a lot more streamlined and simplified. With the other DMSs, because they weren't using the scheduling tool, they were having to control some settings in multiple places. And that can lead to a lot of mistakes. That can lead to a BDC that is overwhelming the shop with too many customers at one time. The advisors are fighting the BDC, all of these traditional things that we've seen along the years, that having a tool like Tekion that is more focused on that, on the customer experience and the employee's ease of use, has made the setup process easier, has made the adoption much higher in those stores. We tend to get a lot of BDC managers who are afraid of bringing on something like this. How's it going to affect my team? We already had a fight with the service advisor for 15 years that we just got over. Now we're bringing on something new. And with such a more streamless integration, you know, the service advisor and the BDM don't have to go back to battle. Like we're ready for battle on the front lines to get our customers in the door and happy and ready for pickup and delivery.
So Ashleigh, I got to ask you, you know, here we are the week before Thanksgiving. There's a lot of changes in market conditions that have happened since the beginning of this year. You know, we've got interest rates, we got inventory, we've got a lot of dynamics happening on both the front end and on the fixed ops side. How do you see this playing out, Ashleigh, for fixed ops as we move into the future? Are dealers going to continue that focus? Is it going to grow? And we all know that when the phone rings, a lot of those calls, if not most, are going into the service department, Ashleigh.
Yeah, I mean, you're starting to see, and as we go into the new year, you're going to hear of a lot of the bigger companies, the bigger groups are ready for Brook. You know, that they're ready to embrace the technology. They're ready to see what it can do to change their stores. They're ready to see how the data changes and see how customers say, sure, I want to add a recall to the appointment. I think come NADA, we're going to have I'll be ready for Fix Ops Roundtable at NADA. Let's just say that. There's going to be some pretty incredible data that comes out of the next couple of months.
I think so, Ashleigh. And I know that some of the people on this panel today, maybe a year or so ago, were not quite sure if they're ready to have AI answer the phones. But Tully, I've seen a big shift in that this year in 2022.
We do, and I think too is that one is that, you know, is that when we look at the AI product, two things, and Ashleigh was spot on, is that the integration with your BDC, your integration with Brook AI, your integration with the service writers, your integration with the website, all has to feed the same program. The issue is because we're not in the 30s, is that they all have a separate scheduler, and we have to have one scheduler that says, we are going to take in 23 appointments, or we're going to load the shop with 43 hours, and we're going to take in 14 maintenances, and we're allowed to take in 2 of these recalls, and we're allowed to take in 14 check engine lights. They all must talk together, because what she said is this, is that everybody thinks they're doing a great job, and then the shop implodes, and then what happens? Chaos. And we want controlled chaos. We don't need uncontrolled chaos. The power of what all these things do, and what Brooke has done for us, is that we use Xtime, which then links, because it has that direct link, we are now not going to overbook. And what you're seeing now with that link with Tekion is the same thing, is that one scheduler works. One scheduler is what's feeding the world for that store. So everybody then says, we want Brook AI, because why? It answers the phone 365, 24 hours a day. That's the coolest part of this whole thing, and uses the schedule that we all say we want to use.
You know, Christina, coming back to that fixed ops focus, you know, it wasn't maybe 3-4 years ago that we weren't even sure if people would come to a fixed ops roundtable to discuss these best practices. But Christina, fixed ops seems to be a big part of the focus. How about over at Tekion?
Fixed ops is a huge area of focus right now, especially with the changes that are ongoing. So it's going to be important to make sure that the fixed ops departments remains profitable and even gets more profitable with time. And through doing so, you're going to have to make sure you have the best consumer experience and the most memorable consumer experience to keep guests coming back and wanting to maintain business.
Wow. Shawn Kingery, fixed ops focus going into the new year, into 2023 and beyond.
Yeah, you know, so, and I was going to share this later, but I'm coming into a group that doesn't have service BDCs. And if anybody knows me, I bleed service BDCs. They have Xtime in some of the stores, not all the stores. Oh, I know, we'll get there, Ashleigh, don't worry. But as I'm talking to them, it's funny that they don't know what they don't know. They're very variable driven, which is why I'm here, which is great. They're extremely variable driven. And you're talking, and they're like, guys, you have 10 days. Let's start with 7 hours a day. I need 70 hours to schedule a day. Well, how many appointments do you need? Guys, I don't care what an appointment is. It's all about what, Tully? The hours, buddy. It's all about the hours. I need to schedule this many hours, this many days to fill the base. And it's a complete shift, because the inventory situation up front isn't getting any better. It's not at all. And I don't see it getting any better anytime soon. And now the complete focus is on fixed operations. The complete focus is on, listen, the advisors cannot schedule what's convenient for them. What is Xtime? Xtime is what the DMSs can't do on their own. Sorry, that's why Xtime got invented. And we know that Brooke integrated Xtime. And we know that's, for those of us, and I know Tully and I were both on NADA last year, guys, if you wanted to know where all the chaos and all the hoopla was in the booths, it was Tekion. Everybody wanted to see what Tekion was all about. And why? Because the end user, it's friendly. That was really the consensus. It's web-based and it's friendly. And they aren't the big brother. I'm not being mean here, but they're not the big brother. You can't come into our domain. You can't play with us like some of the DMSs are. And that's why the integration fees are so high. Well, that's fine. You can get them, but we're going to charge you to do it. That's where the roadblocks come into play. And again, fixed ops is definitely where the new focus is. I'm glad to see it. And again, at TED, a lot of it, as Tully said, a lot of the credit goes to you, buddy, because you brought so much of this to light. I mean, you're bringing vendors that nobody knew about, that dealer principals. I'm telling you, I sat with 3 dealer principals yesterday talking about things that were on the roundtable that they had no clue about, because they were just variable driven. Service was that thing behind the wall that nobody worried about. Well, now everybody's got to worry about it, because that's the profit source.
Christina and Ashleigh, I'll give you both the last word on this. Christina first. How important, Christina, is that consumer experience moving forward? Because I see Tekion and Brook AI, you're both focused on that like a laser beam, and that seems to be a high priority, Christina.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's important also. I like the fact that y'all mentioned that if the end user experience is not great, then the consumer experience is not going to be great, or the advisor's experience. So we're focusing in multiple areas to make sure the goal is to create a seamless experience for the guests and throughout Tekion. So with a specialized focus, we're in fixed ops, especially at this time. So hopefully everybody gets a chance to see it and experience the same. But yeah.
Well, Christina, I can tell you we've had a number of Tekion dealers here on the roundtable, and we're very honored to have you. And this is our first time. Ashleigh, thank you for helping to make arrangements to have Tekion here. And Ashleigh, I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, I get the last word. I never get the last word. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, evaluate the technology that you have. I know that's going to be what Shawn's, you know, Shawn's probably having hundreds of hours of meetings over the next couple of months. Evaluate the technology that you have. And if it doesn't help your staff and your customers, then you probably have the wrong technology in place. And it's time to get on board with what's going to drive you into the new year, into the 2023, and for the next 5-10 years, really.
Super. Well, Ashleigh, congratulations to you on bringing Tekion to the Brook AI family and to the Fixed Ops Roundtable family, Ashleigh. So that is a first. And by the way, everybody, if I haven't already, I want to wish all of you and your families a happy Thanksgiving next week. And on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, thank you for all you do.
Thanks for having us.
Super. All right. Well, Tully and Shawn, we got two new stars here on the roundtable, Christina and Ashleigh. So I look forward, Tully and Shawn, to seeing more of them as we move forward.
Absolutely. Can't wait to see what happens.
All right. Tully, who do you got there at the dealership? Who was that?
Was that a photo bomb? That's a photo bomb. That's a photo bomb with John Fairchild. I know that.
That looks like John Fairchild. Hey, John, how are you? Good. Hey, John, happy Thanksgiving also to you and your family, and thank you for all you do. Your great work for Fixed Ops.
I appreciate y'all. No doubt about it.
All right, super. Everybody, want to thank the panel here today: Shawn Kingery, Tully Williams, Christina from Tekion, Ashleigh from Brook AI. Everybody, the Brook AI welcomes Tekion panel here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Ings sat down with Greg Euland for the Connected podcast, and we thought our Fixed Ops family would like to see it.
Hi, I'm Greg Euland with Reynolds & Reynolds, and this is Connected. Today I have the pleasure of sitting down with Ted Ings, who, if you don't know who Ted is, you've probably been hiding under a rock for the last handful of years, if not a couple of decades. He's been around in a bunch of different capacities for a long time. Today, Ted is the Executive Director of the Center for Performance Improvement in Automotive, also the Executive Director of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, which these events just keep coming, so I'm anxious to get into it with Ted. Ted, thanks so much for joining.
Greg, thanks so much for having me. It's a great honor.
When you look at obviously the future, but also in just today's world, right? I come into the store 7 a.m., tomorrow morning, whatever it is. And for most dealers, there's some level of capacity struggle. Whether it's I don't have enough techs, I don't have enough space, enough bays. There's some level of we're at our ceiling with capacity. So when you think about that, how do dealers grow? How do they get more? It's not like they're sitting there with people twiddling their thumbs and not having things to do. They don't necessarily, or they don't feel like they have more time to sell. So what do they do? How do they grow? How do they continue on that kind of upward trajectory?
As you know, our business is always changing. The business we're in today is not the business we were in 6 months, a year, 2 years ago. It's been dramatic shifts. And I just interviewed a very big dealer group, and the COO told me, it's difficult to plan more than 30, 60, 90 days out with all the different things that are happening in our industry. So there's a lot of shifts, a lot of things happening on both, the sales side we mentioned, with new vehicles and with pre-owned, with the values of those vehicles, and of course, getting those used vehicles as an example to market. All right.
Sure.
And that's now entered into the fixed ops side. As an example, fixed operations manager maybe a year or two ago was not so much involved in the reconditioning process, but today is very much involved because we got to get those vehicles frontline ready a lot quicker. There was talk a few years ago about autonomous vehicles. You don't hear so much about that today. The dominant conversation is more on the EV side, the connected services that are going to be involved. And I think dealers are looking for an edge. They're looking for best practices. They're looking to their peers for ideas that work right now. We just went through a period in the last 2.5 years where automotive service and parts was considered, there was a new term, a essential business, right? Yep. And we had to be essential in different parts of the country. I'm in the Northeast to be open. So service and parts continues to be a growth area. And regardless of what happens with how many vehicles I can stock or what that business model will be on the front end, service and parts and body shop remain very stable and strong and continue to grow.
I want to go back to something else you mentioned, Ted. You talked about infrastructure needs, and kind of what dealers are almost being forced to do to prepare for the future. And then you also mentioned reconditioning. So when you think about the combination of those two things, right, you have customer pay vehicles that are coming through the shop. So you need to have renovations there to be able to work on electric vehicles. But you also have EVs that you're buying, as a trade-in or buying from auction because the market's there for them now. You also need to invest in, your reconditioning facility if you have one. So I'm curious what your thoughts are, when you look at these infrastructure investments, is it going to start making more sense for dealers, especially if they don't have a massive operation, right? So if they're maybe less than 10 stores, is it going to make sense for them to operate their reconditioning facilities out of their standard shop versus having a recon facility? Or, is there still a case to be made to have a separate recon facility for, specialized technicians over there and processes over there? I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
Two parts. First, to the infrastructure. Part of the infrastructure is going to be to have high speed or fast charging available for technicians. going to the customer experience when you come in for something as little as an oil change. You don't want to spend your day at the dealership. Same thing is true with the EV customer. They're going to have to return those vehicles to the customer with a certain minimal charge. And to do that, we need rapid chargers. And dealers are now investing, and this has been quite expensive, in these rapid chargers, and the OEMs are very much involved. So you've got a new breed of technicians who want to work on these vehicles, who are interested in the EVs. You've got this expensive infrastructure that it has been taking place now over the last year. And in terms of recon, take a look at the landscape now on reconditioning. You've got several companies out there with some great products. I'll mention one of yours, Recon Track, because they help dealers using software to be able to smartly get these vehicles ready. Whether I have a independent shop or a third-party shop that's doing that for me, or a centralized location, or whether I'm doing it at my dealership location or nearby, the dealer needs, or the decision makers need to be aware of the stakeholders of where my vehicles are in the process. And that's never been more important than it is today, with the rapid shift in values on used vehicles. And that's going to continue to be forefront. So now we've got, at our Fixed Ops Roundtable that you mentioned earlier, I've got used vehicle managers in high numbers coming to those to watch that, because we're talking about reconditioning best practices. And, for me, many years in the business like you, we're still students, we're still learning, and we're constantly learning. It's amazing how much will change, in just a few months in our industry, and to be aware of what's happening. So a lot of good things.
One of the struggles that I've found for years with in-person events is you're limited in audience. You just are. And you end up needing to take that content that was delivered at those in-person events and then distribute them virtually anyway, right? So there's a love I think all of us have for those in-person events, getting out and seeing people and making those connections. And you can't replace that. But when it comes to the information and the best practices and the knowledge, that can be shared virtually and oftentimes needs to be amplified that way so that it can get out to a broader audience.
I never forget Brian Benstock, who I mentioned earlier, posting a picture on social media during one of our Fixed Ops Roundtable early events. And it was a picture in his office of a big screen TV with the round table playing, and all the people sitting in his office on the couches, on the chairs, all his managers watching the event in his office. He goes, I want you to see this. And he hosted all his managers in his own office to watch the event. So, that was new for us. And the other thing is that typically when you do an in-person event, you're also subject to a lot of conditions that you don't control. We all know what's happened, what has happened in the recent past, health-wise. You don't know if people can travel and so on and so forth. And there's also people who can't speak at a certain date. But when we took it virtual during those early months of 2020, I went back to all the speakers who told me, no, not right now. And I said, look, I know you're not, on a plane. I know you're not going somewhere and doing this or that. I know you're likely home. So how about you speak at the event? You got nothing to lose. It's good for the industry. And I got people to speak like Jay Leno, at the show, that we never thought we would ever get to speak at a Fixed Ops Roundtable, simply because they were home like everybody else, Yeah. And to be able to put that on, I think was of great value. And, you look at the changes that have happened in technology in our industry. First, maybe it happened on the sales side and F&I, but now look at things like we just had a number of companies on the roundtable. One of the technologies that we hosted was GoMoto at the most recent one, which is a kiosk for the customer. Maybe 3-4 years ago, a lot of folks thought that a lot of service advisors may have thought, oh, that's going to, maybe that's here to replace me, right? I don't have to. We won't have service advisors anymore. But I think in the last couple of years, by putting these online, they've realized, oh, wait a second. That's better for the customer. I use that in other instances when I go shopping or I buy food or so on and so forth. And it also gives a consistency to the dealer where every product can be offered at all times with a human interaction, we may miss that or may shortcut that. So I think it's been good for everybody because it's created a whole new mindset in terms of what I can do with my service and parts department.
Yeah, and it opens up. You mentioned GoMoto, so at the risk of a little bit of self-promotion, like the one thing that I like about GoMoto maybe the most is the ability to open up the service drive to different hours. Right. So if I need to drop my car off in the morning before I go to work, because my wife also has to be at work and she's I'm going to drop it off. I'm going to hop in her car. She's going to take me to work. Or I need to pick it up after, I get done with work and I go pick up the kids and I go to soccer practice and I get dinner around and I get stuff done for tomorrow. It's 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. The dealership's not open. Right. But if you have, and a lot of dealers do this with key drop off and pickup, but when you can automate it with, payment on your phone and you get a QR code and you scan it and a little locker pops open and gives you your keys back at 8 o'clock at night, that's so much more convenient, and it really does just open the doors for the dealership. And frankly, it takes away a lot of that, and this is where I think a lot of the value comes in too, is it takes away a lot of the menial tasks that advisors or even a cashier has to do, right? Like what value is an advisor adding to the process by taking a credit card, swiping it, and handing it back, right? They're not, and it just takes away time from their day. It's one more task they have to complete, where if you have tools in place that can automate that, it makes all the difference in the world. Those little minutes add up over the course of a day, especially in the service department.
There was a dealer that is very close to a local hospital, adjacent to them. And they had, this is about 2 years ago, installed kiosks with the hospital's permission for the employees at the hospital to be able to drop off and pick up their cars conveniently when they go into work or come out of work. And by putting that on the roundtable and talking about that, we had dozens of fixed ops directors, maybe 100, okay, who said, you know what, I've got a similar type scenario at my location where I can use a kiosk. So we got to a lot of people by doing things like that we probably never would have in all different parts of the country and in Canada as well. So, pretty neat stuff. You're right.
Yeah. Well, and that type of creativity, regardless of the product, like it's amazing to me every day. I swear I hear some story of a dealer that does something and it's like, what a great idea. I would have never thought of that. And that it just speaks to the entrepreneurial spirit and drive of almost everybody in this industry. I love it.
And look at all the challenges that we've faced in the recent past and are going to be facing now in the near-term future. This is a very resilient audience. And I think that dealers want to hear from other dealers. They want to hear what's working. They want to hear from other fixed ops directors, parts managers, service managers. Brian Benstock, I'll mention his name one more time, talked to us about service pickup and delivery in November of 2019 before any of this happened. And he was showing us a heat map of how they had been doing this for 3 years. And we didn't realize until maybe 5 months later how important that would be and how a new industry was created just by some of the things that he was doing there in Queens at Paragon Honda. And now you've got the ability to go to a customer's home with mobile service. Tesla is doing that today. They're servicing cars in people's driveways. And you at Reynolds have a number of initiatives that are beginning to prepare dealers now for that connected experience with a consumer to make it convenient so that I don't have to go to the cashier window and stand there with my credit card. I can do it like I can with any other industry, any other business, and do it in the modern age. And I think that's important because we've been poised for disruption for a long time.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Ted, there's something else I wanted to dive into, kind of shifting gears a little bit, but I'm interested in your perspective on it. So you've done with the Fixed Ops Roundtable especially, but you've been involved in a lot of charitable efforts and giving back. You mentioned Jay Leno. That's what sparked it in my head as you were talking, because I think, and forgive me, I don't have all the details on this, so hopefully you can share a little bit, but I think he did something that was in the realm of charitable kind of give back, or at least awareness or something like that. And you've done quite a few different events. So maybe talk a little bit about that and what that means to you, why you think it's important, and how it resonates with the industry as a whole.
All the events that are out there from NADA on down have a great opportunity to give back to our industry. Automotive is a very charitable industry. The dealers are charitable. And what we have decided to do is once a year, we will take our events and focus it on a charitable cause. This year is going to be the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society their Dare to Dream children's project. And we ask our audience at the event to help us raise some funds for that charity for a worthy cause. One of our companies that spoke at the Roundtable in February of 2020 was a company that sells in the service department a cleaning machine for the floor. It's like a Zamboni machine, but it's designed for bigger shops. And they had sold one to Jay Leno's garage, and they had talked to Jay, and they got some backstage passes that year to meet him at the Mirage, and we kind of raffled those off at the Roundtable. So the following year, during the time when nobody was meeting in person, I contacted that company, who was still speaking to this day at the Roundtable, and I said, what's your relationship with Jay, and what are the odds we could get him on the Roundtable? Because as I mentioned earlier, I'm sure he's available, and he was. And they gave me the opportunity after, it was not an easy, yes. After some time to speak with him on the phone and talk to him about the event, we'd raise money for charity. And I said, Jay, I saw you speak in 1990. I was with a Ford dealer in New Jersey, and you were on stage for the dealers, and you told us the story how you worked for a Ford dealer in New England, in Massachusetts, and you were working on the lot, and you lost your job, and you got fired. And it was a very funny story. He goes, you remember that story? I go, yes. I go, would you tell it at the Roundtable, and we could use that opportunity to raise money for charity? He said, I'll do it. And he came on the show, and he gave us half an hour. And I asked him about that, and he told us the whole event of how he got fired when he was a lot boy working at Wilmington Ford in Massachusetts, and how he got his job back by writing to Henry Ford II at the time and copying the board of directors. And it's a great story. So we realized we could raise some money for charity. And so now we're doing it for leukemia and lymphoma. I am one of the many people in this country that's affected by leukemia. I have CLL leukemia. A lot of people in our industry have various forms of it, okay? And I was diagnosed many, many years ago. So it's dear to my heart, and it's a very worthy charity. And we bring the industry together at our events in November to do that.
No, that's great. That's great. I 100% agree. It's, LLS is a great foundation. They spread their wings far and wide, and they do a great job, both raising funds and also distributing funds. So it's a good organization. It really is. Good cause.
And it affects a whole lot of people, and a lot of touching stories that we're going to share of people and their children who've been affected by that and have recovered from that. So it's a great story to share.
Yeah, well, it's good. That's good. It's great to hear. Looking forward to it for sure. Well, Ted, I could talk to you probably for hours, maybe days, if we had some refreshments or something to share between us. But want to be respectful of your time, obviously. Before we hop off, though, is there anything we haven't talked about that we should, Ted? Anything you want to touch on that maybe we didn't get to, or you want to dive into?
I think here we are at the end of 2022, looking into 2023. There's going to be a lot of changes that we mentioned earlier coming down the pike. Some we are aware of, some we don't even know about yet. All right. Yeah. And we all want to get better at what we do. And there's a lot of potential challenges to the dealer system and how we're going to operate and move forward. So, to put the focus on best practices and things that are working and that can be applied to my dealership, I think is important. And, I enjoy the opportunity I have to be able to, to lead that and help share some of those ideas as well. As I said, I'm learning as much as anybody else is, from this, Greg. So it's a great time to be in our industry.
100% agree. Well, Ted, I couldn't thank you enough for hopping on and chatting. It's been a great conversation. If there's everything you need, obviously, you know where to find me. So I'd love to follow up sometime soon. But appreciate your time and have a great day today. All right.
Great. Thank you so much.
Wow, what a great conversation with Ted Ings, a guy that just has a ton of knowledge, a ton of experience, and a lot to share. I really appreciate him coming on the show. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Before we hop off, don't forget, you can watch or listen to all episodes of Connected on YouTube, Apple, or Spotify podcasts, and make sure to subscribe so you're notified every other Wednesday when new episodes are released. Thanks so much, and we'll see you in 2 weeks.
is Allison Landis from Inkcentric, here to make all of your holiday marketing hassle-free.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It is a great pleasure to welcome our marketing guru, Allison Landis, who is the CEO of Inkcentric, who works with so many companies and people involved in the automotive community, especially here at the Roundtable. Allison, welcome back to the event.
Ted, thank you so much for having me. We love being a part of this amazing event. Thank you.
Thank you for all you do. The awards that you do, the Best Practice Awards, are amazing, Allison. That's one of many things that you do, but I mean, that's a real staple now of the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And I think back when you did the very first ones, 3 years back. Great stuff. And great ideas, Allison. I watch all the selfie videos you post on LinkedIn. Just amazing stuff you've got going for automotive.
Ted, thank you so much. And I really have to thank you for being the motivation behind those videos. As you know, a few years ago, you said you've got to do it. And I use that all the time, trying to bring marketing tips and tools to everybody from our standpoint, just to get ideas out there. So thank you.
Well, here we are, mid-November, Thanksgiving next week. A lot of things happening in automotive, a lot of stuff that you do we need to be aware of. We're coming into the holidays. We've got the new year. And, I see stuff that you post and do, and it just amazes me. So what do you got for us today, and what should we be looking at?
Thank you, Ted, so much. I want to talk about branding with apparel today, if that works for you. Within dealerships, other companies, it works all the way around. The way it works with us, we start with having a conversation. We talk about your artwork and your logo, and what we will do is put together mock-ups for you. For example, this is a company called HOA. We've gone from tank tops to V-necks to polos. We've got hoodies on the bottom of this. This they can pass out internally, see who's interested in what, then we can move on from there. Another idea, this is for Porsche Santa Clarita. So they wanted to do a quarter zip and a polo. So this was a mock-up for them. As you can see, we've done the hats for them previously. Yeah. And this logo, I'm sure you're very familiar with. This is Aston Martin, of course, which is lots of fun. We can silk screen on the hats as well. This is an embroidered hat. This is a silk screen hat. This was fun, an 80s truckers vibe, as you can see from the back of this. And this was a car show that Galpin did.
Allison, I know you do all this for Galpin. How long have you been working with Galpin?
23 years, Ted, and believe it or not, they were a cold call for me. That was my foray into sales. I was working for a company. They asked me to do sales. I said, I don't know how to do sales. They threw the yellow pages at me and said, honey, go for it. I wrote myself a spiel. I picked up the phone and I started making calls. Galpin happened to be one of those calls. They invited me in. The rep at the time said, hey, honey, you're not getting this work, but you're welcome to come in. And I said, okay, let's do it. And that was 23 years ago. So
I didn't know that story at all.
Yes. It was great. I love Galpin. They're fabulous, very, very loyal to their vendors. They keep us on our toes, but we absolutely love it. Speaking of Galpin, here is another embroidered shirt that we did for VW. As you can see, different events, different features, different sales. One of the best things with branded apparel is for your consumers. Going into the dealerships or companies, knowing who is an employee is so very important. I was in a store the other day. Everybody looked the same. I had a question. I was embarrassed to ask. I really wasn't sure who was an employee and who wasn't. I ended up leaving without buying anything. If your employees have the branding, even name badges, it is so much better of an experience for the consumer, truly knowing who you're talking to and who's available to you.
That plays to all the things we're hearing at the Roundtable about dealership culture and that establishing that culture, how it starts at the top of the dealership. And yes, I am fully bought into that. And I know a lot of dealers are, and more coming. So great point.
Thank you. One fun example is for Mr. Russ Mann, as you can see with his new logo. What we did here is give him different colors. His logo is darker. So when we started with the black, as you can see, We switched it to be white because it looks better that way. But at the same time, we wanted to give him different options on the color. This is what makes the process fun with apparel. We have Adidas, Nike, any brand you can think of, and another hat that's out. Oh, goodness, I don't have it right here. The Richardson hats. We've got access to those, and those are the hot new commodity that's out, and I will send you a picture of those. But we can also switch to camo, because that's still cool. And if you recognize this one, Ted, the old fixed ops one.
Fixed ops roundtable. Yep.
Yes, with the flames on the bill. We can even go as far as a patch. So this is a client of ours that happens to be a restaurant, New York Chicken and Gyro, and we did a patch on their polo. They like the look of that better. Really, the sky's the limit with us as we are silkscreen and embroidery. And another fun thing we can do is what's called a sew out, which would be we would take your logo and do a small piece like this so you see how it will look in thread. This was a tricky job for Galpin, as you know, with all the electric vehicles are out. Trying to make electric beams out of thread was very interesting and challenging, but this was our end result, and I think it looks pretty good.
Wow, it looks great.
Thank you. So we did these on polos and hats for them. Everybody inside that showroom is wearing them. So no questions asked to who can actually help you while you're there.
So obviously, this would affect sales. This would affect service advisors. And you do some work in the parts arena too. You've got some parts clients.
Absolutely. As we all know, Kaylee, our go-to parts girl from PartsEdge, we are working on apparel for them right now, and it's tons of fun. She's even working on hats for her podcast, which is great. And in addition to everybody you mentioned, Ted, customers also love receiving branded apparel. Why not allow your customer to brag about their vendor? They love it. And as the customer's wearing, let's say, a Galpin shirt as they're going to the supermarket, people are now looking and seeing, oh, that woman's wearing a Galpin shirt. I needed a car. Let me think of that. So the marketing really is truly just endless. Think about the sports on the weekends with the kids. If you're handing out t-shirts, you're at a sporting event. And again, you've got Galpin, you've got PartsEdge, Update Promise, whoever it is. It's just more marketing for them at the same time.
I know you're working with Update Promise as well. Yes. Allison, you also, if you don't mind, you do, because trade shows are back now, you do trade shows as well. You do all kinds of stuff for trade shows.
Yes, trade shows are fabulous. We have an entire flyer with different ideas of what we can do. Backdrops, signage like you see over here, posters, giveaways, runs the gamut for us. And what I would love to do is truly just have a conversation with whoever is looking for it. We'll respond with, listen, this idea, this one, here's a great ideas for you. And then we can move from there and see what fits, what's best, what the size of your booth is. A lot of them are 20 by 20 now. We actually have a 20 by 20 backdrop. So we can fill it in, tables, graphics for the floors, handouts. We really wanted to be a one-stop shop for all marketing needs.
Anybody watching today on the roundtable who's affiliated with a company, they probably need to speak to you either now or at some point soon. So you might as well make the introduction, everybody, to Allison Landis at Inkcentric. Her website is scrolling on the bottom. By the way, she is the CEO, okay, woman CEO. We think a lot of Allison. She does great work. Inkcentric.com. Her email is on the screen. And Allison, I see a phone number on there as well.
Yes, you can reach me at 818-885-0831. Ted, I want to thank you for your time and your amazing events. I love being a part of it. Feel so blessed to be a part of it.
We're blessed to have you and to have met you early on. And you do a whole lot, not just for fixed ops, but like you said, the whole automotive community. Allison knows automotive. She knows that retail business. Galpin now 23 years, you said?
Yes, 23 years.
That speaks volumes. That speaks a whole lot.
Thank
a
you.
whole lot of Fixed Ops Roundtable clients, including the Fixed Ops Roundtable included. So who wouldn't think of doing business with anybody but Allison? So she's great. And the only thing better is the customer service and the follow-up. You and Myra and Mike, great work. So
thank you. We try to stay on top of it. We want to be the vendor that everybody's looking for. We want to be in communication, and just know you can reach us 24/7 on our cell phones, text message, any way you'd like to reach us, we are available.
Well, Allison, if I don't get a chance later, I want to wish you a happy Thanksgiving to you and Mike and the family and the Inkcentric family as well.
Thank you so much, and happy Thanksgiving to you and your daughter and the entire Fixed Ops family too.
Everyone reach out to Allison Landis. the CEO at inkcentric.com. Her information is on the screen. A great friend of the automotive community. Everyone, Allison Landis here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
Do you have a great product you want to get in front of auto dealers across the country, and specifically their fixed ops departments? You know, their service, parts, and body shop. For over 15 years, Fixed Ops Magazine has been putting service-related products like yours in front of franchise auto dealers across the country. There simply is no better way to reach every dealer in the USA all at once. Hi, I'm Ron, the publisher of Fixed Ops Magazine, which is both a digital at fixedopsmag.com and print magazine that reaches out to over 38,000 subscribers who influence what products are purchased in the over 16,000 dealers across the country. Fixed Ops Magazine may even publish your article about a topic you are an expert and have a real passion for it in this industry. Every article has the author's contact info so they can reach you. Write an article, run an ad, and an e-blast. We call that our bundle for success. You won't believe how great a deal it is. So to get started, call, text, or email me and I'll tell you more. We are 100% devoted to the franchise stores so we don't waste your time or money. We are laser focused on your prospects. Fixed Ops Magazine, the #1 way to get your product in front of auto dealers today. www.fixedopsmag.com. Ron at fixedopsmag.com. 714-803-5476. Fixed Ops Magazine, the #1 way to get your product in front of auto dealers today.
Let's make a positive impact together. Join us on the ballroom floor for one last dance. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable Dare to Dream event.
Change is on the horizon. Our final panel is all about the acceleration of change, featuring Brian Kramer, Stephen Wassner, and Ed Roberts.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. This panel is about the acceleration of change in the retail landscape. Over the next 3 to 5 years, there's going to be a compounding of changes to the current retail business model, and that pressure for change will primarily come from changing customer expectations, new technology, and a changing competitive landscape. A couple areas that we want to just put on the screen as we get started are convenience economy, vehicle power sources, vehicle production, subscription services, autonomous vehicles, the connected car, vehicle service, and of course, the entire dealership business model. With us today are 3 agents of change. They are Steve Wassner from Blue Oceans Consulting, Brian Kramer from Cars.com and AccuTrade, and Ed Roberts from Bozard Ford Lincoln. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Glad to be here.
Thanks for having us. Thank you, Ted. Good to be here.
Steve, I'll kind of let you get the ball rolling here and give us the landscape, and then we'll get everybody's feedback on it.
Okay, sounds good, Ted. Thank you. I would just say, as everybody's aware, you currently see significant changes and different approaches happening in the car business. You're hearing a lot of things from OEMs in terms of what their expectations are. You're also seeing changing expectations for customers. And this is driving a significant shift in the car business. And one of the challenges you're going to face, in particular in the next 3 to 5 years, is despite the fact that dealers are very, very good at handling these changes, you're going to get multiple changes at the same time. And the speed with which those changes are going to happen is going to be significantly faster than anything you saw in the past. Now, the interesting thing about that is that's going to present a combination of challenges and opportunities. And so what I wanted to do today is sort of reach out to Ed and to Brian and see if they were looking at it over the next 3 years, what would they say the top 3 challenges, or well, let's start with opportunities. The top 3 opportunities for dealers in the next 3 to 5 years. So
I'll take
Ed,
that.
you want to? Oh, Brian, you go ahead. Yeah.
Fine.
So I would say, I guess I'll just steal Ed's thunder because I learned this from him. Yeah, obviously got to increase our row count. Now, I'll leave it there because he's got the best technician apprentice program around. But I think that from what I learned from sitting on some calls with him, growing that technician base ultimately is going to fix a few different problems. And I think that, and I'll reference the problems as opportunities as well. I think that one of the problems is there's not going to be enough used car inventory. The way to solve that is to have a very strong service acquisition process. You can't obviously grow our row count unless you have a technician apprentice program in place. So those are the 2 that I would say. The third one I would say is a digital transformation actual strategy that involves culture, people change, process change, and just total digital transformation in all aspects of the business.
And I'll carry that a little further because Steve, you've been going to dealers for as long as any of us here, and obviously one of the biggest resistance to a dealer is change, and we've never been good to adapt to change. We've always been resistant and kind of wait and see what happens. Well, we wait and see what happens, we fall behind. And so yes, there is a lot of change coming, but it's opportunity for us to be in the forefront. And so I look forward to it. And just like Brian said, the challenges are really just opportunities. And I love having opportunities to chase after because that means there's progress in front of us, there's progression in front of us, there's growth in front of us. And people is our number one deal. And yes, we have an apprentice program here where we grow technicians, but we also grow other positions. We try to only hire entry level. We have a shortage of technicians in the industry, but there's not a shortage of people out there. So it's an opportunity of getting people interested in the business and then giving them the career path to get there. And we do that here, and we do it at a little bit different level because of size now. We had to grow into that size. But developing people, training your people, and hanging on to them is one of our biggest assets. And when we train someone and then we lose them, now we have to compete against them because more than likely they've gone somewhere else to compete against you. And it's easy to go somewhere, to leave one place and go somewhere and know what that person's weakness is or that place's weakness is, because now you have something that you can challenge them with. And so I challenge my people all the time that, hey, if there's something that you would do, if you was to leave here tomorrow and go to work down the street and there was something that you could do to compete against us, why aren't we doing it already? And if we're doing it already, then don't have to worry about you going, because we eliminate the competition. And that's when we continue to step up the game and keep moving forward.
And I think it's interesting, and I think the 3 of us on this call, as well as everybody watching, have all learned from you these past couple of years, and how Brian referenced some of the needs at the retail level. You could really bring them back to the technician and that homegrown technician and that program, that apprentice program, Ed, that you talked about, and the people and the culture, and a lot of it starting, Ed, there with you.
Well, the culture is your report card. Your culture is a report card of what you're pouring into the business. And then the report card of your culture is really CSI. CSI is a byproduct of culture. But when you develop people, they're not referencing back, well, how we used to do it at this place or what we used to do there or whatever else. And I don't have 15 people calling them every day trying to pull them down there because they don't have their number to call them. So just there's so many things that comes from growing your own people. We get highlighted from doing it from a technician standpoint, but we try to do it with every level of the dealership, whether it's sales, warranty administrators, service advisors, quick lane personnel, transportation concierge, detailers. When you do that, then they become loyal to you, and you've helped them grow past anything that they ever thought they was capable of, and you don't have to worry about the attrition side of it.
Yeah, and as you've developed them internally, Ed, the nice thing is you get the right person in the right seat, and that accelerates the whole performance of the group. And then I think doing that also gives you the opportunity to find new streams of revenue. And I think that's something that a lot of dealerships are going to start to see as this technology comes in and different things happen. If you have the right team there and the right culture, you're going to start to pick up on those things, and different streams of revenue that you didn't even think about before are now going to become available. And I think the key is not to give those things away. Don't give them away to the aftermarket or to somebody else. Pull them inside, make them your own. And I know, Ed, you do a marvelous job of being a major factor in your community. I think that's a big deal.
Well, when you do that, it creates a high level of trust. And when you create that high level of trust, when you roll change out there, they embrace it and they roll with it. And it makes that change so much easier to do, because look at what we got going on in the industry. We got BEVs coming in at a rapid rate. And most of our guys that are here at the store never even driven one. So first thing that we wanted to do to create the excitement of BEVs is let them go drive one. Because once you've driven one, it changes your mindset of what they are. But when you have that level of trust to build it, to get everybody to buy into what you're doing, the change becomes easy. Whether it's BEVs, whether it's the digital age, whether it's remote services, from a sales standpoint or from a service standpoint, people buy into it and they see the vision and they want to help you get there.
I think those two are going to become one with mobile technicians, and obviously, you do a phenomenal job with it. But I think that that comes down to trust. And a lot of people don't trust their people to be able to invest that much money into a vehicle, to know that they're going to trust that person to go out there. They could make a mistake in somebody's driveway, and there's all these different things that can occur. But right now is the time to disrupt ourselves. And because if not, we're going to become disrupted by the industry, because there's enough things like you're talking about, BEVs. If we're not the one that's causing the disruption, we're going to be disrupted. But I see mobile technicians also being empowered to appraise vehicles and do other things other than what they're currently doing. They're already there. They've already done the MPI. Why not give them they have an OBD tool. Why not give them the access to the appraisal software and also leave a value while they're there? And the stickiness, the loyalty. I mean, if that's me, I'm not going to ever consider shopping anywhere else, because you make it so easy.
Exactly. And you keep that circle of life going when you can make that offer. And we're not there yet. And certainly we want to get to the point to where everybody is kind of that acquisition manager for us, where they're reaching out and appraising vehicles or whatever else, because the data is there. It's just a matter of pulling it and expressing it.
Right.
I do think you're going to
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say sales sells the car, but service is the one that keeps all the business. And in that result, there's only 47% of new vehicle transactions last year had a trade-in. So you ask yourself, what happened? The 4.3% scrappage rate. Where are all these cars going? And they're going to, it's no different than the service retention rate, right? They all don't come back because they might be going to Jiffy Lube, and now everybody's taking a crack at trying to acquire these vehicles. And we've all seen all the studies that are happening and what percentage fixed operations is going to have over the next 5 years to 10 years of the business, and how the gross profit is going to migrate that way and more towards used and less towards new cars from a margin standpoint. That's where in my mind, all the resources should be devoted. Sorry, Steve.
No, you're absolutely right. That's exactly what I was thinking. And you really you almost have to suspend that fear of failure. You have to say, let's give it a try. Let's go make a run at it. Let's do remote service. Let's trust these guys. Let's do this. And be willing to take that risk and be willing to get out there, because I think you'll be surprised many, many times that you'll try something that you weren't sure about. And not only will that work, but those guys will come back with a new idea that you didn't even think of. So I think that's definitely the mindset to have, Brian. You're right.
Well, you hit the nail on the head with the fear of failure. A lot of people want to learn from everybody else's failures. And if you're going to be industry leading, you have to be out there to set the trend and learn from those mistakes. And when you learn from those mistakes, you take what is a list of procedures and turn it into and create a clean sheet of paper and make it what you want. Then you're not following somebody else's rules. So don't be afraid to take that clean sheet of paper. Go out and make some mistakes, because mistakes doesn't necessarily have to be failure. It could be educational points.
And with the speed of change, you almost have to do that, because the days of waiting to see if the other guy makes it or not, if he does, by then the train's left, guys. It's out of the station. Now you're trying to catch up to it. And with the acceleration factor that's going on, it's extremely difficult to catch up in this day and age. When you get behind the curve on the technology or on the concept, it's so hard to catch up. And I think that's something that a lot of guys relied on in the past, that, hey, I can always catch up. I can figure it out. I'll let him make the mistakes and spend the money, and I'll figure it out, and I'll do it.
I can go buy another widget on my website. And
and that's
but you can't do that with this. not
No.
with digital transformation and cultural mindset change. I'll say this, it's daunting. I know for a lot of dealers out there that are saying, where do I begin? And, mobile service, EVs, different technicians. I've got to change all my lifts and the weight of these vehicles. And now the tech stack has to be completely redesigned. If I was to, so that people don't have to experience all these, there's still going to be some bumps in the road, but everybody's always asked me, where do you begin? I would begin through the customer's lens, and I would try to set an appointment on your website, mobile and desktop. I would try to rent a vehicle at your dealership and see what happens. I would try to call and get a status update on your vehicle. And, a lot of the, advice that everybody on this panel has given me, I sat there and just chunked it down right upon arrival. And I know that I was asking you guys a lot of questions, but I wanted to, go down into graphic detail as to who is greeting them. What's that reason that why the information is not getting collected accurately? That's kind of the genesis of the digital transformation is correct data in. Are we verifying the odometer so we don't have to check it again? Now, hopefully it won't be an issue in a year or two, because over the air updates, that's part of your tech stack, the connected car, that you'll be able to populate your X-Time or your, Dealer FX tablet, have it pre-populated upon arrival. There's so many exciting things that are happening from a technology standpoint, and, no pun intended, Steve, but, it's all blue ocean in fixed operations. There's so much from that digitization that's just waiting to happen. It's just a matter of, and I don't even think it's about doing things. What I found is it's about taking things away, that there's so much redundancy. Why does the valet doing this and then the service advisor has to do it again? Why can't they trust that person? And why doesn't that technology talk to this technology? And by just connecting all that stuff and making it more efficient, I think that's a big part of the technician shortage, is the waiting of them just sitting back, twiddling their thumbs, waiting for all this technology to talk to each other and copy and paste. And I don't know, there's obviously always going to be a technician shortage, but I don't know how much of that's attributed to the downtime of them waiting for all this technology to talk to each other.
Well, we have an opportunity to help that technician shortage with BEVs coming into the industry, because it's not the same guy that's going to work on those things. Yes, we may have some of our senior guys that want to broaden their horizon, but as a rule, we're still got those guys that want to chase that thing as being a gearhead and make all the horsepower they can make and whatever else, and they're going to resist a BEV. And the BEV is really a computer with chairs sitting on top of it and a cab around it. So now we can chase that techie guy. And talking about doing the digital transition, about a month ago, I was at a seminar in Nashville, and while I was at the airport, there's a grab and go store by Hudson, but Amazon runs it. You walk in, you grab what you want, you walk out. They don't have to interact. And you would think, okay, well, people have fear of that or whatever. People's walking in, scanning their palm, walking in, grabbing their stuff that they wanted, and leaving. They don't have to wait in line. They don't have to wait for a cashier. They don't have to do anything. It bills their credit card. It knows what they took out of there, and it's done. That's what customers want. And Amazon's done a much better job than any of us at meeting customers at their level. And we have resisted meeting them and forced them through what we've done for years. And we have to loosen that up so that we can meet that digital transition, just like this meeting here today. This meeting today, 3 years ago, we thought, we need to meet live. Now this is the norm. And it took a pandemic to get us there, but the technology was already there. We just started embracing it. Well, the technology is already there for the digitalization as well in retail. We just haven't embraced it yet. And we got to do a much better job going forward of embracing it.
Yeah, I do think that all of these factors that you talk about, Brian and Ed, play into an operating system. And the dealers really have to come at their operating system from a customer-centric standpoint. So like Brian said, look at all of your systems, all of how you operate from the standpoint, if I was the customer, how would I feel about that? How would I feel about this? And I think we've advised, I've gone in a lot of times to talk to guys, and I advise them to start with their management team. Start with your leadership team and put that kind of thought process in place and make sure, do I have the right guy in the right seat? Does he have the right knowledge base? Are we doing the right thing? And then you can use that group as a filter for all the future stuff that comes at you. Because the key is ultimately you have to build an operating system for you and your customers. And they have to be customized to you. It It isn't a one-size-fits-all approach. And like people have said in the past, oh, customers want a customized experience. Well, hey, guess what? Dealers need a customized operating system that works for them with their customers and factors in as sort of an umbrella the idea of what's happening in the rest of the industry. So you're not always chasing the latest whiz-bang thing. What you're looking at is all of these new things that come along get filtered through your operating system for your customers in your market. If you can start down that road in the next 3 to 5 years, you'll put yourself in a much, much better position when surprises come along, because they will. They will.
You know, one key thing that I learned, and it seems insignificant, but as we were going through and we're trying to, boom, paperless and on the service drive, the one biggest key driver that took me months to figure out is the way that the client was being sourced into the appointment scheduler by cell phone number, not by VIN, because we had sounds so insignificant, but we had the service appointment scheduler defaulted to VIN number. And nobody knows 17 digits of their VIN number. It's why a phone number is it's 7 digits plus 3, so that everybody could remember it back when you did that. But 17 digits, nobody's going to memorize that. But they all know their cell phone number. And when we switched that, we finally had accurate information. It would pull in, so we didn't have to, worry about separate appointments that need to be merged, and we weren't rolling our appointments in the DMS or the appointment scheduling system with all these different spouses, on either side. It's my husband's car, my wife's car, and things don't sync up. So it's a duplicate appointment. They're following up with the other spouse on that other cell phone number that's not associated with the account, and the person's in the lounge and they're asking for, Mr. Roberts and or Mrs. Roberts, and Ed's sitting there waiting for somebody to say Ed. And I mean, it was, I sat there and watched it over and over and over again. It was all data entry. So I think that what's going to liberate, and a lot of people go, oh, well, you're trying to just, replace the whole industry with robots. What I believe is that the automation and digitization of all this stuff is actually going to bring back the humanity of the auto industry, because people don't want to have all this data entry administrative stuff where they're looking at a computer like a robot. They need to be interacting with people. And the only way you do that is you eliminate the redundant automated tasks that you can through all this stuff, which is, obviously labor intensive, but the end result is beautiful.
Yeah,
I think Brian, that's spot on. That's a lot of what we see as well out in the field, because you're right. That human interaction is where it's at. And when you're caught up doing data entry, which happens, Ed, as you know, a whole lot, especially in fixed ops, parts and service advisors, techs, that's a big thing, Ed.
Well, it's about building that connection with the client. We sell them once and then we service them 10 times. Well, they're going to come back because of the relationship of those 10 times versus that one time. And we make it convenient to them rather than going in, like Brian said, and asking asking for the spouse's name because that's what they have on the repair order. They're not making that connection. There's no emotional connection there. But if you think those things aren't coming, we just talked about the grab and go a minute ago. Let's look forward past the 5-10 year mark. And let's look out 15 years when our vehicles are autonomous. And you go to sleep at night and it wakes up in the middle of the night and it drives itself down to get service and it's back in your driveway the next morning and there's never any downtime. That's what we're coming to. And it's up to us to kind of build that bridge in between. To build that bridge in between, we got to be open to change and trying something different than what we've tried before.
And if you'll
be selling advertising in your autonomous car.
Yeah,
exactly.
give them a reason to be loyal to you, and they will actually care where their car goes. Because I've asked people so many times, if your car can go get itself fixed, do you really care where it goes? No, you care that it's priced right and you care that it's fixed right. But if you give them a reason and a trust factor, Ed, and they'll tell their car, automated or otherwise, go to Bozar.
Exactly.
And that's what they'll do. And they'll do it with their phone or they'll do it with some other form of technology. But that loyalty is engendered by trust. And you do an amazing job of that, Ed, at your place. I know that.
Thank you. And there's some intentionality behind it because the best form of conquest is retaining. And when I can retain the ones that I have, it minimizes the money that I have to spend in conquest. And we all know, we see the studies of how much money we spend to conquest a customer just to get them on our lot. And then you amplify that times your closing ratio, and that's how much money you spent to sell them a vehicle. But we're always replacing. So when you can retain, it almost eliminates the need to conquest. Obviously, you want to continue to grow, so you continue to conquest, but at a much different rate because your focus is on the retention piece of it.
Let me ask you guys a question. I'd love to know your opinion on this. So one of the projects I was working on before I got out of retail, and we were almost there, and it still haunts me at night, was there was a lot of vehicles that would come in. We had an appointment. It's set up a week, 2 weeks out, because there's obviously a lot of demand these days and a lot of wait. But a car could be 5 days on there. It's scheduled for regular maintenance, so there's a certain opcode that we're diagging that already had, during the needs investigation. The client comes in, we MPI it, but that part was just sold the day before and the fill rate hasn't come back through. So we put them in a loaner car or rental car and for them to come back in. If that car is coming in, there's prime item concerns, you would think that the technology would talk to the parts department and it would automatically start filling that stuff, because as I was going back in the shop, just looking at it with a fresh set of eyes, and I'm asking everybody what they're doing because I see idle time. And they said, well, we already, they're in parts at 3 o'clock, 3:30. They're very efficient. They already had all the parts hung out in the shop. And they said, it's just a matter of the technicians putting them on the cars. So there's nothing really to do. I go, well, there's got to be something to do. They said, well, we don't know what's coming in tomorrow in terms of parts. I go, well, it's in, so I'm trying to look at it. And I'm like, there's got to be some way to connect these two with cycle time. How many more ROs could you write if all those parts were already, like, some technology knew that they were coming in? And within some probability, I have to think that that's another piece of the technician shortage, because then I was doing a fire drill the next morning on stuff that they knew about 5 days before.
Well, that's an efficiency standpoint, and technicians get paid on what they do. And when they're pulling a vehicle in and then they have to pull it back out because the part's not there or whatever else, that's efficiency. We're stopping them from making money. There's no money in pulling that thing back and forth, and they get paid on what they do. And that's where, looking forward in the next 3 to 5 years, and I really look forward to this, is getting more and more of that connected vehicle data so that I can plan for that. Not only can I plan for that repair when it's coming in because I know what's up with it, I also see the failure rate of certain components, and that helps me with my breadth and depth of my parts department so that I'm not putting that last part on, that I had the depth because I know that I'm going to use 3 of those this week. And that's where connected vehicle data is really going to help us all if we utilize that information coming to us. But if we just take it on a step-by-step basis or case-by-case basis where they're coming in, all right, let's see what's up with, we can use that data and really predict where we want to go. And it also really predict what's going to go wrong with the vehicle with prognosis and kind of be able to plan certain repairs at certain mileage points or certain time points. When we can do those things, we'll become more efficient.
Yeah, I think the answer to your question, Brian, comes down to leveraging the data to do a better job of forecasting. And I think a lot of things, the dealers will say, well, it doesn't happen the same way all the time. And you go, no, it doesn't. But if over time you start to look at this over a week, over a month, over 3 months, a year, it takes on a pattern. And there is a predictability to it. But as Ed says, you have to leverage that data. And if you can do that, then you can put a system in place that will give you the predictability that will allow people to say, oh, yeah, I'm done with today, but I'm working on the 15 that are going to come in tomorrow for me, because they know 15 is roughly what they're going to get tomorrow. Now, maybe it's 16 or maybe it's 14 or 13, but they have something to work on because it's been pre-planned. And I think that's the data part of it that Ed was talking about. And I think that'll answer that predictability issue.
I think that's one of the most valuable things that dealers don't even know that they have is their first party data. There's independent service providers are very, especially the big chain ones, are very strong at leveraging that data. And it's almost more valuable than the work itself, and what they can do and who they sell it to. And I don't know that every dealership knows they're sitting on top of an oil reserve of data. They just have to drill into it.
Yeah, they do. And they said I think it was 2019 or 2020 is the first time the data became more valuable than gold. I mean, when they looked at the value of gold and they looked at the value of data that you see, and that's what gets expressed when people go, well, how can Tesla be worth so much? And how can they be so much more valuable? It's the data, guys. Isn't the Tesla build so many more cars than General Motors? They have more accurate data that they are then able to leverage to put more predictability, more, assumptions into their business, which allow them to run more efficiently. And that's how you win. I mean, that's what business is.
I love this conversation.
One thing I will say, Steve, is that for all the times Ed Roberts, Brian, is on the Fixed Ops Roundtable, Ed is not afraid to try something new. In fact, Ed will say, bring it on. I want to see this new technology. I want to see it. I want to be the first to see if I can poke some holes in it. He asks questions, and Ed is not afraid to take those risks. So in the time we have left, everybody, if we could do this, could I ask each of you to take about a minute? Here we are, middle of November, holidays coming up real quick, coming at the end of the year and early in 2023. What advice do you have for the dealers, managers watching today? And I'll start with you. Steve, I'll come to you next, and Brian, I'll have you take it home. But kind of sum it all up in a lightning round. Ed, if you could go first.
It's developing our people, and it's not just developing the technicians. I'll talk about it from a technician standpoint because it's easier for us to relate to that, but it's developing people, and it's creating a regimented training program and letting them know that I'm not here to zap you. If you make a mistake, we're going to learn from it and we'll move forward. A lot of times when someone does try something different and it doesn't work, we zap them. And then that reserves them from trying to do that going forward. But let's look at it from a technician standpoint, talking about development. We got new technology that comes out in the vehicle. We send the salespeople out with it, show them all the technology. It comes into service because the customer can't figure out how to make it work. The technician's never seen it. Now he's got to make a repair on it, whether there's anything wrong with it or not. And if we took the time to develop them and put their butts in the seats, just like the BEVs put their butts in the seats, and let them experience it, then they know how to do it. And it becomes more seamless, and it might not even come into the shop because it's just about educating the customer on how to fix it. So it's developing our people from every aspect of our business.
Love it. Steve, you got about a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, if I had to make a suggestion, I would say start working on your customized operating system for yourself. So get with your leadership team and really start to pick this thing apart. Start to look at it from the standpoint of the customer and start to look at all the different things that happen in your store. And there are a lot of moving parts going on in the store. Look at them from the standpoint of the customer, and then also look at them from the standpoint of how you operate. How do you handle these things on a consistent basis? And one of the things you see, and I say to Ed again, is in Beaux-Arts operation, it's very process oriented, it's very customer oriented, and it's the same thing every single time. In other words, it's like McDonald's. You get what you get. You know what you're getting. It's that kind of a mindset. But you have to have that consistent, repetitive communication with customers that builds that trust. And that's what Ed has. And he kind of smiles and goes, "Oh yeah, doesn't everybody?" But it's not an easy thing to do. So I would ask somebody, start working on your operating committee through your leadership team and use that as the filter to think about these future things, because you're going to have stuff come at you that the three of us have never even heard of or thought of. And wouldn't it be nice, instead of to have to make the decision yourself as a dealer, if you could run it through a committee of guys that have been used to thinking that way and thinking about it? I mean, that's what I would suggest.
Brian?
So I would say, just to tag on to what both, Steve and Ed were saying, is when you look at it through the customer's lens, which I'll get into here in a second, and you have the trust and you have a culture which makes your team more elastic, they're more receptive to the change. When they trust you and you trust them, they eventually get to the point where they say, bring it, what's next? It might not be the way it starts out, but the way that I would say, because I know that I used to always seek it out, and I contacted everybody on this panel and many more, trying to look for this fountain of youth or the road to El Dorado, which doesn't exist, just a lot of tough work. So I start with, like what Steve's saying, with looking at it through the customer's lens, and I would do two different things. I would say, what's the ideal journey that I want my clients to experience when they arrive on the drive? From that point, what does it look like when they go to the lounge? What's the level of communication? What's the status updates? What's ideal, perfect, future state look like? And once you have that mapped out, which is typically easy for a team to do, then start off with, okay, what's current state look like? And let's just be brutal with our reality and put it side by side. And now let's see, where are the biggest gaps and what can we attack? Because if you try to boil the ocean all at one time, it's not going to work. So you have that end goal in mind. That way everybody's aligned towards the same North Star. And that would be my advice going into 2023.
Everybody, the acceleration of change. We have three great leaders with us here today. I want to thank them, but before I do, I want to thank especially Steve Westner, because Steve has been telling me for months, Ted, we've got to have a panel on this acceleration of change. We've got to get some great leaders to talk about that. So, Steve, I want to commend you and thank you and Blue Oceans Global Consulting for all you do for the industry. Steve is a great resource, everybody. If you don't know him, you should. He's on LinkedIn, easy to reach, and a great friend of the Fixed Ops community. So, Steve, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, thank you. Happy Thanksgiving. Ed, happy Thanksgiving. And Brian, happy Thanksgiving. And everybody, thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ted.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Brian.
Happy Thanksgiving.
What an incredible 3 days this has been. Thank you all for taking part in Dare to Dream. We know you were all looking forward to seeing who won the Best Practice Awards, but you'll have to wait a little longer because we are announcing the Best Practice Awards live on Monday night during the Fixed Ops Roundtable After Dark show. And stay tuned for our next event. You'll want to saddle up because we ride at high noon on January 23rd, 24th, 25th, and 26th. Our first ever 4-day event. The Fixed Ops Roundtable, the Wild West. We'll see you there, partner.